Hello everybody, how you doing? Welcome back. Once again, please read the risk disclaimer. Forex exchange on margin carries a high level of risk. I'm not a financial advisor. If you need financial advice, please consult with a professional. Don't follow anyone's trades on YouTube, especially if you don't know them in person and have no clue. Having said that, I'm not a pro trader myself. I'm just a guy trying to make it in the market just like you guys. So please do not follow my trades. All right, having said that, let's get started. Let me just close this down. So we were busy today. And we were finally able to fine-tune the system. And I'm very, very happy with the results. Big shout out to Thiago again. He implemented a few more alerts for the indicator. This man is a genius, I'm telling you. Anyway, let's get over this. Actually a funny story. Last night while I was trading, even though it was not a great night, I had some ideas on how to improve the system. And first thing in the morning, I got up on the computer and I played with that idea a little bit, and right around here in this area, this is a 5-minute chart, I was done, and then I got a buy setup, and I'm gonna go over the entries and everything. We have 3 different risk entries now, risk 1, risk 2, and risk 3. That depends on your risk appetite. Risk 1 gives you the best entries. Risk 3 is the safest entry. Let me make this a little bigger so you can see this better. Where was it? Hold on, give me a second. I'm confused. Yeah, there it was. Yeah, like I said, I just literally got finished with the changes and settings, and a few minutes later I already got an alert, and I will, like I said, I will go over that in a second. This was a entry here, and I entered one trade, actually 2 trades on risk 1, which is the highest risk, and then we got a risk 2 confirmation, which is a little bit safer, so I entered a second one, and then we got a risk 3 confirmation and I entered another one. So we basically have all 3 types running here, and that trade is still running. We went up here, we had a healthy pullback right to the 50 pip level, and as we got the continuation signal, I entered 2 more positions here on that candle here, and my stop loss is 30 pips away from my entry, and I moved my stop loss for the previous positions up to that same stop loss. So worst case scenario, we're gonna get stopped out at break even. So this is a risk-free trade. However, my expectation is that we're gonna go up all the way to 18, right around 18, where is it? Oh, did I put this on the other? 1844, anyway. Let me put a line here. Let me just check on my other, because I have 2 MT4s. Yeah, I put it on the other MT4, on the other account. But yeah, I have a line on the 1844 level. That's my expectation where gold is gonna go. And like I said, I'm not a pro. Let me put a line up here too. So I have no idea if I'm right or wrong. Usually the market proves me wrong. So again, don't follow my advice. I'm not a professional. Let me put this to 1844. Is that the same? Let me just double check with my other line here. 1844, yeah. And the way I came to this level was I used the Fibonacci tool, and I measured this move, which was the initial impulse move. And then we had a retracement right at around to the 50 level, 50% FIB level. And my expectation is that we're gonna get a similar move on the second leg. And that would put us right at 1844, just so you understand where my idea comes from. And like I said, I can be completely wrong, I don't know. Worst case scenario, I get stopped out at break even, so it's not a big deal. I'm just testing that system anyway. I mean, it would be nice if it hits, but in hindsight, we did not get an exit signal here at the time price hit here. That means, by the rules that I have, that this is not the end of that move. But once we cross down here on the bottom indicator, once that bottom indicator crosses the 0 line, I should have closed half of the positions and then stacked them up again on the continuation. But I wanted to prove a point, and it was risk-free anyway, so I just stayed in it. Anyway, let me make this a little bigger again. Yeah, we hit here, and then right on this candle, which probably was more like here because this indicator paints back a little bit. So right in this area, I should have reduced my position sizes to half, and then basically load them back up with the retracement and the additional positions here. But like I said, I wanted to prove a point because I'm fairly confident that the system is really good now. I consider it finished at this point. And now we go over the entry rules. And again, this is just for gold. Somebody asked me in the Telegram chat today if it works on Forex, and I think it does. I loaded a couple of charts up just with the indicator that gives us the signals. So if we happen to get a valid signal during the live stream, we're going to take a look at it and possibly even take a entry with a small position. I'm not too familiar with Forex pairs, so I'm just going to enter small positions on that one. But we're going to give it a try and see if it works. On Forex pairs, however, you would have to need to fine-tune the bandwidth on this one. This is the way it is. It's perfect for gold. If you want to use it for Forex the way it is, you can. However, I would recommend that you only take risk 2 and risk 3 entries unless you fine-tune this band for that Forex pair. And I'm going to show you how to do that. The way it is right now, it's dialed in on gold. That's it. But risk 2 and risk 3 entries I would consider on a Forex pair too. And we go over that right now. So on gold, risk 1 entry. First thing we need to have is a close underneath the band. That's the first indication. And the risk entry number 1 is that we are allowed to take a position once a red bar closes within the white lines. And that was actually right around here, because this indicator, like I said, paints back a little bit. So as soon as you see a bar like this, where we have some room to the white line, that would be a risk 1 entry. So again, a full candle close underneath the band, where we actually get a signal here now that was added today. So you literally don't even have to watch the chart anymore. You're going to get a signal and push notification if you want that. And then you have time to go to the chart and take a look and see if it's a valid entry. So a full candle close is the first trigger. And then we need to watch this bottom indicator. And as soon as we get a bar that closes above or within those white lines, that would be risk number 1 entry. And that was down here and down here. So I took 2 positions here because it looked really good. Risk 2 entry would be with 1 confirmation. What do I mean by confirmation? So we have this yellow arrow on here, and we have this band switching from red to green, which at that point it was not. Like I said, it just barely closed within the white here earlier today. That tells you how far back it's always like 4 to 5 candles when you look back. But anyway, that's also the reason why this is the riskiest entry on gold. So we have a confirmation when we get in this case, a green bar printed down here. That will be a confirmation. And the yellow arrow is a confirmation. So if you have a risk 1 entry plus 1 confirmation, that is risk 2 entry. It's a little less risky. And you probably can guess it, when we have all three confirmations, that's a risk 3 entry, and that's the safest entry, and that came right on that candle here. And you can see my position here. And risk 2 came right on this candle. Like I said, this indicator paints back a little bit. So if you want to trade the system the safest way, you would wait for all three confirmations, meaning candle close underneath the band or above if you want to go short. Then you wait for a green, if you want to go long, green bar to form, or a red bar if you want to go short. There will be a second confirmation, and the last confirmation would be the arrow. And then you're good to go. But it has to close outside of the band. That is important. And if you go back, sometimes you get short trades. We actually had them right before. If you go short, if you were in a short position from up here, you see a candle close here, right? So you look down and you see that we're nowhere near the middle. So this is not a valid entry. And then we close again underneath the band here, still not underneath. And we close here and we close here, and even on that candle, and keep in mind this indicator paints back. So it was probably even higher here or lower on the red. So this would have not been a valid entry at all. And then price comes back into the band. So there is no entry here. That means we are going, or exit in that case if you go short. So you can keep that trade running. It's just a pullback. And then we get the pullback to the other side and we come outside of the band again. And if you wanted to, you could add a position here because you know it's going to go further down. And not quite here. We got another entry if you want to take this. And here's the final exit right around here. As soon as I see a close underneath and a bar within the white area, possibly you could even wait for one green bar. That's definitely a confirmation that that trade is done and you can close your position. So this system allows you to stay in the trade as long as the trade goes. And like I said, I literally was done right around here with getting this done and adjusted all the settings, and I got a buy entry right here and I took it. So I have two, I don't know if you can see that at home. I have two risk 1 entries, one risk 2 entry, and one risk 3 entry. So again, candle close underneath, and then the first bar that prints within the white lines like this, I wouldn't take it because it's high risk. I wouldn't take it if it's just barely closing underneath it. So I would wait for one more candle for confirmation. And that came in right on this candle here. So I took this entry and then we came down again and this started to build up. So I took a second position here. And then we got the confirmation on this candle. The bottom indicator printed the first green bar. So I entered a second position. That was risk number 2 entry. And then right on the next candle, we got that arrow. So I took risk number 3 entry. This is the lowest risk entry that you can take. And then we came up here. We never went outside of the band. Like I said, this was far away from the band. So I knew it's just going to be a pullback. And we ended up here. Since we did not come out of the band here, I expected the move to end right before the band too. But I waited for confirmation. And in this case, if I want to add a position to it, I would wait for a green bar and the yellow arrow as a confirmation, which I got right on this candle. As you can see, this paints back a little bit. So I added 2 more positions and I moved my stop loss to 30 pips. That's my standard stop loss on gold. And I also moved my stop loss for all the previous positions up to that level too. So if I get stopped out, it's a risk-free trade. But if I'm correct, and this is just a pullback and we continue higher, then it's going to be a really nice trade. It's risk-free, so, and I'm just testing it out. Yeah, but like I said, in the future, I would trade it in a way that if we do not get an exit signal, which would be at least a pierce of the band when the candle forms, not after when it bends down. So if you do not get any indication that this trade is over, which would be at least a piercing here, then I would consider in the future to take half off when you get a bar printed below the zero line, or basically when that indicator switches negative. You could close half of your positions here, take half off, and then when we get the pullback, you just add those positions back, plus a few additional positions since you already built up some profit and margin. And one more thing that I wanted to point out, we added back the resistance indicator. Now those are adjusted for the 5-minute chart. If you would trade on different time frames, you would adjust those. You would need to adjust those accordingly. These are adjusted for the 5-minute time frame. That's the time frame that I'm trading on. They also have the only time that they actually do have meaning is when they print outside of the band, like this here. So if the beginning of the indicator, or the resistance or support dots, that's what I call them, starts printing outside the band, like in this case, they're valid. If they print within the band, they're still valid. You get a little pushback here, but they have no meaning. You can completely ignore them because you already know that the move is going to continue down, and that's exactly what it did. So if you get those dots within the band, do not get nervous. They just pretend like they're not there. They're not valid. You can expect a little pushback, and you can see this here. We got the dots within the band, completely ignored. Price just went higher and printed dots again, and then it came down and printed dots again, and again they start in the band. So you can completely ignore them. Just pretend like they're not there. And these were not outside of the band when it happened, and they still are not outside of the band. So that's why I knew this is just going to be a pullback, and I took my Fibonacci tool and we went right down to the 50% level. So you can look that up on your own MT4 if you want to. That was pretty much spot on the 50, maybe a couple of pips below the 50% level. And again, that resistance is within the band. Every resistance dot that you see that is within the band, just act like they're not there. And you can see we did the move up and we got them again. Just ignore them. Now we went down again, and now they're printing again, so we're going up again. But if you see resistance dots within the bands, just act like they're not existent. They're not there. Just purely ignore them. Like I said, the only thing that I would do difference in hindsight is take half of my positions off here as soon as this indicator switches crosses the zero line, so to speak, and then add them back in here as I enter additional positions to at least, not lose that kind of profit here. But I wanted to prove a point and how confident I am in this system. That's why I did not do that, because I know we're going to continue up, and we're going to see if I'm right. I mean, if I'm wrong, then by all means, do you have any questions? Can you hear me? I didn't even ask if you can hear me. I'm talking here for like almost a little bit over 15 minutes. Can anyone in chat let me know if you can hear me? Is my mic on? Yeah. Can somebody let me know if the mic is on, please? Yes, okay. I didn't even check. I'm sorry. I need to make this a routine to ask first if my microphone is on. I have to make that a habit. So anyway, let's go with this again. Or actually, let's go for a short, because we had that last night, and I remember where the first red dot or red bar here printed from last night. That's when I actually had the idea. We had last night, if you would have had the new system, we had a candle close outside of the band. Now, you cannot just take that. You cannot just take the trade, even though that would have been the top, because you do not know if it's going to continue further up or not. The minimum confirmation that you have to wait for is for a bar closing within the white lines. And as an extra precaution, I probably would add a second one. But you actually get the arrow as an additional confirmation here. So if you have a close outside and one confirmation, which in this case we get actually both confirmations on this candle, you're good to go. That would actually be right away a risk 3 entry, meaning the minimum risk. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's a risk 2 entry because we only have one confirmation. Risk 3 entry would be yellow arrow and one bar printing in the opposite color, in this case red. That would be risk 3 entry. And I remember that because I was watching that last night. We got the first red bar right here on top of this candle, so it would actually have been a better entry. So a safer entry and a better entry than this. And then, like I said, we're coming down, and at that point you're good. We're coming down, you see the resistance dot, so you know they're gonna play around here, and that's exactly what they did. But again, when we get a resistance dot in the bands, we can completely ignore it. However, if you wanted to, we get a white arrow here. It's kind of hard to see right now. Hold on, let me see if I can make those pink arrows a little smaller and the white one a little bigger. Let's make those size 1 and the white one size 4, so it sticks out a little bit. That should be a little better. So we had a white arrow here forming, and then we get all the indications that we're going down again. And here you get a yellow confirmation candle, and on that candle we are already in the red. You could add a position here if you wanted to. That's fine. Basically paying yourself for the time you were sitting through this sideways movement, because you already know we're going down. So you could add another position here, and then you exit. Like I said, you don't. The first indication that we're at the end of a trend is when we get a not full candle, but a candle close outside of the band, and then you have to double check with the indicator. This is full on red, far away from the white area or the middle area, so you can ignore that. And then we go up, and then we go further down. We get another candle close outside, but we're still red. We get another candle close outside, we are still red, and then price moves in the band. At that point, when it happens, you already know that it's just a pullback, because we did not get a valid exit signal here. And that's exactly what happened. We go up again, outside of the band, close, and we are within the white lines. So right on that candle close, technically, you could take a risk 1 entry. I personally would wait for one bearish candle to form. And you also have to wait, I forgot that, you also have to wait for the resistance dots outside of the band. That's another confirmation. I apologize. And those resistance dots, they repaint. So we had them right underneath these candles here earlier when I took this entry. That's another confirmation that you need. I forgot about that. So we need a candle close outside, and we need the white dots, and we need the bars to be within the white area. Then you're good to go. So technically your entry would have been on this candle here. Oh no, actually we had, never mind. We had the dots up here that repainted up here. And the way I trade it is, I take my initial positions here. I take 1 or 2 risk 1 entries. I take a risk 2 entry and a risk 3 entry, which would have been here on this candle. And then once we hit the other side, but it's not an exit, that's when I set my stop loss to break even. And then we get a pullback, so I would add a position right here on this candle because those dots were there, and we were well within the middle here. So I would take a second position here. We just pierce the band and then push back. So you technically could, if you wanted to, add another position here, even though we don't have the resistance dots here. And then we get our final exit right down here, like spot on the bottom. That would be your final exit. Again, full candle close outside, and then 1 bar closing inside the white. That would be where I close my trades and then take a reversed position on a risk 2. And my stop loss is always 30 pips. That's what I calculate my lot size on. And again, this is not a foolproof system. I actually back tested it a little bit today. There was one day where we would have been stopped out, but in general, you will have more winning trades than losing trades with this system. So don't sweat it if you lose a trade. There's always a next one. And the good thing with this system is you see our gray zone, that's our session zone. Usually those entries are always in that session zone. There was one right here in the beginning of the session, and then we get another one at the end of the session that I actually caught when I woke up and was done with adjusting the template. So usually in this area, not always, sometimes you get it outside the area, but we only trade within that session window, which is from 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time until 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And that's 2 hours before London Open. So whatever your time is, it's 2 hours before London Open. And then, like I said, I got my entry and I just let it run. I never got a close outside of the band. Not even a pierce. Like I said, that was not there until price moved down. So that is not valid. And then we got the other side resistance with a demand zone. So there was another confirmation for me. And then we got the white arrow and we got the first green on this candle. Like I said, this shifts back a little bit. So I took my 2 positions here. I did not close out my positions up here, even though we had this switch to the negative. And if I'm correct, and we're going to find out when the session starts, this will continue up, and I'm expecting a similar move that we had earlier from earlier today. For me, it's the same day. In the session from yesterday or last night, or during the day, that was almost the end of the day, right around noon. And then I measured that move from here to here with the Fibonacci level, and then I just moved that Fib level to this level, and then I marked my line here. So I don't know how far price is going to run, but whenever I get my exit signal, which would be for me a risk 1 entry, that's my exit, if that makes sense. So whenever I get a risk number 1 entry to go short, that's when I close all my positions. So you can literally ride the whole trend up, even through pullbacks and everything, and just load up the boat again when we go up. It's really that easy. On gold, that is. On Forex, it's a little bit more complicated. Let me show you. I tested it out today. And one of my favorite pairs, if I do trade Forex pairs, is GU. And on GU, let me just zoom out a little bit so you get a better idea. You cannot just take a candle close. That's impossible on GU. You can see how far this comes out. So on GU, I would only take risk 2 entries, no risk 1 entry. Let me show you that here. So we get a close outside. Now you pay attention. The price goes higher and goes higher and goes higher and goes higher. And now we get the first bearish candle. You cannot take this entry. You have to wait for this bar to be within the white lines. And in this case, we get an additional signal here. And then right on the next candle, we get the second confirmation. So that would be the risk 3 entry. But I would not take a risk 1 entry on Forex pairs. In this case, risk 1 happened to be risk 2 at the same time. I'm just saying, that's just me. Because unless you play with the settings and get the band adjusted just right for that Forex pair, you can do that, but that's up to you. So I'm not going to do that for you. I only trade gold, and for me it works the way it is. So you would have to fiddle with the settings a little bit to maybe optimize that system for the pair that you're trading or the few pairs that you're trading. Are there any questions? I mean, it's fairly straightforward. Let me go back to gold. I'm just going to keep an eye on my trade. It's fairly straightforward. So my exit on the trade is a risk 1 entry going short. That's when the trend for me is over. And I back tested that today. Let's see here. That was a pullback. Right here, candle close. first candle underneath or within the white area, that's risk 1 entry. We get the confirmation here on that candle too. So even if that was not there yet, if you get that yellow arrow, that would account to as a risk 1 entry, even though this has not caught up yet. So whichever confirmation you get first would be a risk 1 entry. A risk 2 entry is when we get the bar printed within the white area and the yellow area. And risk 3 entry, the safest one, is when we get close outside, we get the yellow arrow, and this prints the first red bar, which I remember last night was exactly on close of that candle. That would be a safest entry. And if you rewatch last night's session and look at that candle, you're going to see that that was the first candle where we got a red bar printed here. That would be your safest entry. And then they play around with you. They always do that. As soon as you get into a trade, they try to shake you out and make you doubt the trade and whatnot. But you know that resistance starts within the band are not there. Just pretend like they are not there. They are there, and they get a reaction, as you can see here, but just ignore them. They're literally, when they start in the band, you can completely ignore those resistance starts. And then we come out here. I mean, I'm assuming that the band was up here. However, we get another entry error here, and we get another supply zone, which would be the first step in the downtrend on the 5-minute. So you get a confirmation that it is actually going down, and then you get another yellow arrow. So if you want to pay yourself for that, for waiting through all of this, you could add another position here if you wanted, and then put your stop loss literally right above the demand zone. It is right above, not right here, but above. That's what would I set my stop loss in that point. That way you have a really tight stop loss. So if you get stopped out here, it's not a big deal. But if it works out, you have an additional position and you bank even more money. And then, like I said, let's follow this trade here. Then it comes down. You get a candle close. You pay attention. You also get an alert here. That's the beauty of this. So once you're in a trade and the stop loss is set, you can literally wait until you get the alert down here. You don't have to sit in the front of the charts anymore. Thank you very much, Thiago. He's my hero. I can actually watch TV now after I enter a trade. And then I just wait until I hear my alert going off. Well, anyway, we get a candle close outside here, but now you double check. And you see this is completely red. So you wait and you see if we get a bar closing. That can happen very quickly on gold sometimes. So you got to pay attention, but if it goes back into the band and it's still red, you don't have to do anything. It's just a little pullback, and then it comes back down. We get another candle close here, and you look down, nope, way over the white line here. So no exit. We get another candle close outside, still not within the white lines in the middle area. So ignore it, and then you see price moving in. And then it comes down again, no candle close outside. So you can still stay in that trade. And then it goes up, and you actually get an entry going short, so you can add another position here and pay yourself for that pullback. And it comes down again, still no candle close outside. And then it comes up again, and here's another entry, so you can add another position here if you wanted to. And then right down here was the exit. This was the first candle where this bar was within that white area, that middle area. And that's where you would have closed that trade. And if you missed it, maybe on this candle, I mean, what is that? It's like 3 pips difference. So anywhere down here, if you take profit, you even get the confirmation that we have a demand zone here. This is that blue box. So this is a perfect candle to exit here. And that was my entry signal. That's actually where I took the trade. And that's another beauty of the system. Your exit is at the same time an entry if you trade risk 1 entries. You know, you can adjust it to your risk level that you want to trade. If you want to trade only risk 2 entries, you can do that. You wait for one confirmation, which would be either one green bar in this case that prints, like here, which would have been right around, that was on this candle here. Or if you want risk 3 entry, which is the least risk entry, you wait for the yellow arrow and a green bar to form after a candle closes outside, and then your entry will be on this candle here. This is also where you have least drawdown. As you can see, we had one candle that was playing around and then it just took off. So if you hate sitting through drawdown and worrying about your stop loss, take the risk 3 entry. That's the safest one. And like I said, once you enter that trade, literally all you have to do is wait for a candle to close outside. If it doesn't, the trade is not over. And let me prove that to you. Here was the trade where the trade was over. Here is another close outside. That's where the trend started. No candle close, no candle close, no candle close. Here's an entry. Outside, and you wait for your bar to close within the white. That's your first candle where you can enter. I think in this case it would be right around the middle of the band. Now if this happens, I would not take the trade. I would set a pending order right at the band because price usually comes right back, and so you would get triggered in right around this area. That's where you take your trade. So if you get your risk 1 entry in the middle of the band, don't take it. Set a pending order on the band and just move it with the band as it moves on each candle. You will get triggered in. Right here you would have gotten triggered into the trade, or maybe even on this candle, because this band was probably a little bit lower, but on this candle for sure you would have been triggered into the trade. So if price runs away, do not take the entry in the middle of the band. I would not suggest that. Put a pending order in. And if you get triggered in, beautiful. If you not get triggered in and it just takes off, well, then you gotta wait for the next trade. Just don't take a trade right in the middle, smack in the middle. That's just a bad entry. Here's another example. Price comes outside of the band. We get our first alert. And you look down. This is full on green. Way far away from the middle area. So you ignore it. And then it comes down and it pushes further up. You look down again. Still way above the white line. So you ignore it. And then price pushes back up. And then right here, there will be an exit. So this is not right on top, but there will also be an entry here, right around in this area. Latest on this candle, I would exit. There will be your official exit and also your entry going down again. So I hope that makes sense. Also, the same thing, when you're in a trade and you get your exit right in the middle of the band, then set your take profit on the band, and you will get hit on that band at some point. So as soon as you have your exit signal and it's smack middle in the band, I mean, you can close it if you want to go on, be safe. But I personally would set a take profit right on that band, and it gets hit a couple candles later. Here, that was a nice trade too. So I remember this area, we did not get that white arrow here, so we did not close outside. However, we did get the support dots, we got the demand zone, we got the flip to the upside here, and we got our arrow confirmation. And then, if you want to be safe, you can wait a couple of candles, and then you're going to see the white arrow appear as this band moves up. That would be a valid entry. You can take that. And then see where this trade goes. We get support and resistance within the band, ignore. Another support within the band, you can ignore. You could take another position here. Once we pierce the band, you can take a position here. And then look at this move. All the way to here. You can stick in this trade. Like I said, the trade is not over, at least on gold. Forex pairs, you gotta adjust the settings to match that, or at least in a way that you can work with it. But on gold, you don't do anything until you have a candle close outside of the band. Gold is very volatile, and you will get a close outside of the band. If you don't get that, the trade is not over. So let's go back here and see what our trade does here. So it's still playing around, but like I said, my expectation is that we're going up. My stop loss is in place, so I'm not worried about anything. It's a risk-free trade. If I'm correct, I'm gonna make bank on this trade. If not, At least I get a little bit and I'm not losing money. You know, very important that you protect your capital as a trader. That's the first rule. If you make a profit on top of that, great. If you don't lose money, you did your job. That's how I look at it. All right, are there any questions? Was that clear, or should I go over something in detail again? Let me know. So like I said, we have 3 different risk entries. We have risk 1, which is the riskiest one. That would be 1 candle closing outside of the band and then 1 bar closing on the bottom indicator within our middle area, which is zoned in by the white lines. I did actually tighten it up. It's half the size that it was yesterday, just in case. And that actually works better. So that would be risk 1. Risk 2 would be 1 additional confirmation, which would either be the yellow arrow. That would be a risk 2 entry, or if you get a green bar, if you go long on the bottom indicator, that would also be a confirmation. And then risk 3 entry would be if you get a close outside and then both confirmations. On a pullback in general, I would only take a risk 3 entry. That would be my, I would want all 3 confirmations. Still playing around. Let's see how that works out. I mean, the sessions have started, so let's see what's going to happen. Yeah, that's it. Like I said, I'm already in a trade, so we're just going to watch it and see what happens. And then, you know, you can't always be right. At least that was my trade idea. I saw this impulse move up, and that was a very strong move. Once it took off, it did not even do a pullback here at all. It just went sideways and continued up. Then we finally got the pullback, and I actually got excited about that because I wanted to add positions when I saw that impulse move. And now I'm in. My stop loss for all my positions is 30 pips underneath my entries here. And then let me zoom out a little bit so you can see it better. So here we had our first high. This is our higher low, the first higher low in the move. And my expectation is that we are going to continue up at some point. And it's right smack on the 50% Fibonacci level if you want to check that for yourself. Maybe a few pips below that. I do not take Fibonacci entries though. I want my confirmations. I'd rather get a little bit of a late entry and have it confirmed. That's just me personally. So anyway, and my expectation is that we're going to make another move like this to the upside at some point. But either way, I'm protected, so I'm not losing any money on that trade anymore. My stop loss is at break even with the additional positions, because this is my average price right now. That white line, or light blue line, that's my average price for all positions. And 30 pips from here is actually still above my average price, so no matter what happens, I will not lose any money. And I'll just let it run, you know. If it does continue up like I think it will, then I'm going to bank on that trade. And if not, at least I'm not going to lose money. Okay, so far so good. For risk 3, how long we should wait to have all the 3 signals? Until you have them. You got to be patient. So you have to wait. If you only create risk 3, which is the lowest risk entry that you can take with the system, and has the highest chance of working out, then you just wait for both confirmations. So you would need 1 bar on the bottom indicator to print in the color that you want to go. So if you want to go long, you need 1 green bar to print. And once that prints, it counts. So it doesn't matter if the next one is red again, it doesn't matter. And then you would have to wait for the yellow arrow. And whenever you have both, then you're good to enter on risk 3, which is, like I said, is the lowest risk entry that you can take. So there is no limit of how far apart they happen. You just have to wait it out. Sometimes it will play around a little bit before you get all three. Sometimes you get them both at the same time right on the next candle. It just depends. And also, that's personal and would not have worked in this case. You could try, like if price runs right to the middle of the band, you could try to set a pending order on the band. But I mean, if you have a reversal, which this one was, it was a trend change. You see how the prices took off. So, you know, you could try to just set a pending order on the band, but in this case, you would have completely missed the boat. But you could try to just set a pending order on the band and see if it snaps back. It happens on gold a lot, actually. And then you get a way better entry and a better stop loss. Let me make this a little bigger. I know you can't really see that at home. Yeah, anyway, let's see what's going to happen here, if that demand zone holds or not. But like I said, either way, I'm protected. My stop loss is above break even. So even if I get stopped out here, at least I didn't lose any money. And if the trade works out the way I hope it works out, then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 positions going up. Oh yeah, here, right there. So I'm just gonna watch and see what happens now. Is it okay if I move that indicator a little down, or do you need a bigger when you're watching? Is that okay? I just want to see a little bit more of the candles. I leave it a little bit bigger on purpose because I know some people watch on their phone. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm pretty happy with the results. So this is the final system. Last night I said that it might take a few days until I tweak it and fine tune it, but I had a couple of ideas last night when I was playing around while I was waiting for trades, and yeah, I couldn't even sleep. Like it went, my brain wouldn't shut up. And then I finally got some sleep. I got up and I sat down on the computer first thing and put all these ideas together and tweaked and tuned. And as soon as I was done and happy with it, bam, I get my first entry and I'm still in it. So let's see if they're gonna go all the way down here and stop me out or not. It's getting close. However, we might get another entry here at the same time. So let's just watch what happens here. Are they really gonna bring it all the way down here? Come on. Or maybe they're just taking the stop losses from here. That could be. So yeah, that's another reason why I always use a 30 pip stop loss, even though it's far away from our original demand zone, because they like to do that. They like to spike it down and then they take off. That's gold. And it looks like that's exactly what they did. It just went down real quick, grabbed those orders, and hopefully they're going to take off now. So let's see what happens. It would be sure nice if that trade works out. I was in that trade all day. I would be sad to get stopped out at break even. Like I said, in the future, if you do get a pullback, and for me a pullback is when this switches to negative, this bottom indicator, when it crosses the 0 line, but we don't even touch the band up here. That tells you it's just a pullback. And those resistance dots were like, the band was up here, somewhere around here. So they were nowhere near the band at all. And again, I'm telling you, if you get resistance dots that start within the band, you can completely ignore them. You might get a little bit of reaction. Sometimes you don't get any reaction at all and it just goes higher. So you can completely ignore those. Even if you do get a reaction, you can just pretend that resistance dot that's are smack in the middle of the band or start in the middle of the band, you can completely ignore with the system. Once they are outside of the band, which they weren't either when it happened, then they become relative. And that's why we need that as a entry confirmation. So when we entered here, when I took my risk 1 entry here and on this candle, those resistance dots were actually here. They're already printed. I know they moved down a little bit, but like I said, I use a 30 pip stop loss. So let me show what 30 pips is here. Yeah, this is 26 pips, 28 pips until here. So I was far away from that little spike here. That's why I like to use a 30 pip stop loss, and that's how I calculate my position size with a 30 pip stop loss in mind. So I took 2 positions here, and then we got a risk 2 entry here. Like I said, that was the first candle where we got a green bar on this indicator. Like I said, this indicator shifts back, but that was the first bar with a green bar. So I took a second position here, and then right on the next candle we got the yellow arrow. That would be the risk 3 entry. So that would be an entry if you want to trade with risk 3, which is the lowest risk and the least drawdown. I mean, you can see we had 1 candle and then it just took off. So if you're not patient, risk 3 is probably the safest way to go for you. And then, like I said, all we wait for once we're in a trade that was a reversal, which this clearly was, we have to wait for a full candle close outside. And before that, we're not even looking to stop the trade. I said through this whole pullback here, I was not worried about it. Let's go further back so you can see this. We did this. We had a candle close outside here, but look down. And by the time we are actually in the middle, which was probably right around here, because again, this indicator prints back, we were already back into the bands. So that's an invalid exit. And then look what it does. It goes further down. However, it indicates, okay, we're probably going to come to an end soon. So you watch it, and then there it is. You know, take a risk 3 entry here and close your trade. Done. There's another interesting one. See with the new system, price comes out, you wait, and right on this candle, when this candle opens, it's already, you know, it's quick little, they probably hit the stop losses here, and then they took it down. So that was the trade where I said you probably would have been stopped out if you take it. That was the one loss that I could find. However, right when this plays out, look what you get here. Right on this candle, you get a risk 2 entry actually. So you could take the trade here and then ride it all the way up to here. That was 88 pips. So even if your stop loss gets hit here, within less than an hour, you already made your money back and then some, if you have proper risk management. So again, do not expect this system to be completely loss-free. You're going to have losses here and there. That's just part of the game. But overall, I think the system will give you more winners than losers. It's just a matter of how you manage your risk and how you manage the money. You got to have a risk management plan in place. That's very important. That's probably more important than any strategy. Just keep that in mind. Anyway, let's look back a little bit on that session that we did where we had 3 trades back to back. See, we get a candle close. Now with the new settings, we get a candle close here. And then you look down, and then probably right around here, you get the bar closing underneath, maybe on this candle. Again, this prints back a little bit. And then right on the next candle, you get your first confirmation. That's risk 2. And then as soon as this prints red, that would be risk 3, which was probably on the next candle. So sometimes with risk 3 means waiting for the yellow arrow and the first bar to print red would be the safest entry. And sometimes the safest entry is actually better than the risk number 2 entry. Now for the challenge, my plan going forward is I'm gonna split the lot size that I'm allowed to take. I'm gonna actually take 10% risk on each trade going forward, because otherwise I'm nowhere near the 150K within the next 5 weeks that I have. I only have 5 weeks left. I already lost 1 week just to get this all together and figured out. So I'm going to take a 10%. That's how confident I am with the system. I'm going to take a 10% risk on each trade, and then I'm going to divide my risk by 3, and each trade is going to have 1 risk 1 entry, 1 risk 2 entry, and 1 risk 3 entry. And each trade is going to have a 30 pip stop loss from wherever I enter going forward. That's the plan. If I follow that plan and use a 10% risk, basically split over 3 positions with different entry methods, I should be able to reach that goal. I know it sounds crazy, but you're gonna see. But then again, the $1,000 account that I'm using there, that's profit that I already made with the system as I was developing it. Even while I was developing it, I still 2.5 times my account. So I went from 1,000 to 3,500 in 2 months. That's over 70%, and that wasn't not even near ready. So even with a not ready system, but a good risk management, I was able to go from 1,000 to 3,500 within 2 months. That's not bad at all. So I'm using $1,000 of that profit for the challenge. So if I do blow the account, fine. I'm okay with that. I'm just trying to make a point. That's all. And again, I'm fairly confident that I'm going to reach that goal. And I know there's a lot of people out there, and I already have a hater. Curious if he's going to show up or if that ban worked, whatever. I already have a hater. That's awesome. That's great. Tells me I'm doing something right. So anyway, yeah, those are the 3 different risk entries. So again, we had risk 1 entry. Oh, I went all the way back. This was today. I remember that. So risk 1 entry is a full candle close outside of the band, and then the first bar printing within the white lines on our bottom indicator. That will be risk 1 entry. Risk 2 entry is if you either get a green bar if you go short or long, or a red bar on the bottom indicator if you go short, or the yellow arrow, whichever one comes first. That would be your risk number 2 entry. And risk number 3 would be if you wait for 1 bar to change color and the yellow arrow. So a full candle close outside, and then the bottom indicator switching color and the yellow arrow. And once you have all 3, that would be risk 3 entry. That's why I named it risk 3, because you need 3 confirmations. And that will be your safest entry. And if you trade on the 5-minute chart, which this template was specifically fine-tuned to on the 5-minute chart, you can use it on higher time frames, but I adjusted those settings to the 5-minute chart. That's the chart that I trade on. If you trade on the 5-minute chart on gold, use a 30 pip stop loss and calculate your risk on that. Trust me on that. You usually never get hit. You just have to adjust your lot size accordingly. You know, how much money do I want to risk? And then divide it by 30 pips. That's the pip value that you can use for that trade. Simple as that. And you will bank money. I mean, all right, I take this back. I strongly believe that you will make money. I don't know that. You know, past performance is not indicative of future performance, as you know. Sorry, I have to say that on YouTube. But I be damned if you're not making money with this system. And the way it looks right now, I mean, if you remember in the beginning when we started out, all the EMAs and the lines and the team A bands, and that needs to be in place, and this needs to be in place, and the buy area and the sell area, This is all gone. This is as clean as it gets. And very simple entry rules. Number one, do we have a candle close outside of the band? Yes, check mark. Number two, do we get a bar within the white area, or is that outside candle close already in an area where the bottom indicator has a bar within? Then you can take the trade right there. That would be risk one. Like I said, it's a higher risk entry, but you could. I personally would wait for one bearish candle because sometimes it shoots higher. So that's just my personal thing. But risk number one, like I said, it's the riskiest entry, and 90% of the times it works out. But again, my personal preference would be to wait for one candle going the other way as a confirmation, in addition to the bar being within those lines. So that would be a risk number one entry, the highest risk entry. And then risk number two is basically one confirmation, either the bottom indicator or the yellow arrow. And risk number three would be both indicators giving you confirmation. That's the safest entry. And then literally once you're in a trade, you set your stop loss, and then all you have to do is wait for a candle close outside, and then you check with your bottom indicator and see if it's a valid exit. If not, lean back and wait for the next candle to close outside. And now we have a notification as soon as price comes out of the band, not on the white arrow. As soon as the price comes out, we get a notification, thanks to Thiago. So you don't even have to watch the chart anymore. This is awesome. I can take a trade, set my stop loss, and then go about my day until I hear from my computer that something is going off. And he even built in push notifications now. So you can get those notifications on your phone. If you want to go get some groceries or whatever it is, take your phone with you, set your push notifications up, and you're good to go. You don't have to sit in front of the chart and wait. It's perfect. And those trades, I actually looked over it. The quickest trade that I could find, I mean, other than these are just adding positions. The quickest trade that I found was like 7 to 8 hours, something around that area. The quickest one. So if you enter a trade, you don't even have to look at it until, I don't know, probably 4 to 5 hours just to make sure it's going your way. Don't even look at it. Enter the trade, set your stop loss, and then go about your day. And then a few hours later, you come back and just double check. That's it. And the average time period for those trades on the 5-minute chart that I found is about 12 hours. The fastest one I could find back testing it was about 8 hours. So unless you are in a ranging area, you still can take those trades, but they're going to be really short, just from one side to the other and back. So you're in and out within an hour, maybe two. That's what happened on day 2 of the challenge. That was one of those days where we went into the session and we were just ranging up and down, and we had 3 trades in before 5 a.m. and we're done. So I mean, that's ideal for me, because I don't like to sit here for hours and wait for setups or nurse a trade, and which we don't have to do anymore. Like I said, we have notifications now, so I can just switch to my couch, turn the TV on, and just wait for my alert to go off. And if I get an alert, I just check the chart real quick, make sure it's if it's valid or not, and if not, I go back, keep watching my movie or my TV show or whatever. It's perfect. I love it. Yeah. So, was that clear, Thiago? Did you understand? Like I said, it's really not that hard. So, oh yeah, and don't forget the support dots. They have to be there too. So we need a candle close outside of the band. We need a resistance dot or support dot, depending on what side of the band, underneath or above. That's confirmation number 2. And then risk 1 entry would be if you have those 2, candle close and support or resistance dot. The next thing that we need for risk 1 entry is for the first bar to close within those white lines in the middle. Once you have that, that's risk 1 entry. Risk number 2 is if you wait for one of the 2 confirmations, which would either be one bar printing the other way, if you, in this case, if you want to go long, a green bar, or a yellow arrow, whichever comes first. And then risk 3 would be both confirmations, a green bar and a yellow arrow. That would be your entry. And that's what we had here. On a pullback, I like to use those. That's just me personally. See how if you put your stop loss right underneath those resistance dots, because you want to get a tight entry, you would have been stopped out. My stop loss is down here, and hopefully I'm safe down. I'm not saying I am. I mean, I could still get stopped out, but that's why I like to set my stop loss 30 pips away from my entry. Just far away from that foolery that they do. Hoping that I'm not getting, I still get stopped out sometimes, but in this case, at least it's risk-free, so I'm not losing any money. But if that was it and it continues up, I'm gonna definitely bank on that trade. Especially with 5 positions. And if you do make another move like we just did, I'm just curious to see if that was the 61.8 level on the fib. Let me just check real quick since we're here. And they pushed it further down because I know it was not far away from the 61.8. Let me check here. This is the beauty of the resistance dots also. You can use that for a fib level because that's exactly the lowest point and the highest point. So you can set it right smack middle on those resistance dots. So you don't have to worry about, am I right on the candle, on the wick or whatever, especially when you zoom out. All right, let's check here. Yep, 61.8. See? 61.8 right there. That's a good sign. That means it was a healthy pullback. And that means that we probably are going up to 1844. And I did not get stopped out. Look at that. And now it's taken off. I love it. I love it. It's going to be a good day. And I took the same trade in my big account. With a little bit of size this time, not 0.01. And I can show you that in a second if you don't believe me, because I know I have some people that are doubting what I'm saying is true here. So anyway, on this we have, this is the challenge account. It's already down to 996. So the $50 that we already made are already eaten up just by working on this template. But that's okay. I don't worry about it. So I got 6 positions now. 6, I'm sorry, with 0.05. Going forward, I should have taken 0.11 on each position here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think my margin is only 0.59. So with 0.11, I would have had to close half of my positions up here to be able to take another position down here, and also bank some profits, and that would give me more margin. So like I said, if you do not even get a touch of the band, or a piercing through the band, a little spike, it is not the end of the trade. Now, if you would have gotten a pierce through the band here and not a candle close, I would definitely have taken up off half of the trade here, just to be safe. Going forward, I'm definitely going to take half off when we go into the negative here in the future. You know? And then just load that back up on the pullback. I just took additional positions instead to make up for it. But like I said, if you do not get a touch of the band and then you see this bottom indicator going into a crossing over into the zero, over the zero line, take half of your trades off. You already know it's just a pullback. Let the pullback play out and then enter your position either on the first one, or if you want to do the Fibonacci 61.8, which in this case it actually played out, you would have gotten in smack dead on the bottom of this pullback. Then you load those positions back up. Whatever you closed out, the half of your positions, you can load this back up, and then you already booked your profit here, and then you re-enter those positions and take it with you again when it goes up. So that's how I would handle it in the future. regardless if we touch this. Once this goes into the negative, I will close half of my positions and pick them back up on the pullback. And it looks like my stop loss was perfect. So looks like we're taking off from here. Nice. I like it. Yeah, like I said, Thiago, it's really simple. Like you don't even have to think. On gold, that is. Like I said, on a Forex pair, it's different. You have to adjust the band settings for each pair that you trade to make sure that it matches and gives you signals, and not too early and not too late. So you got to play with those settings a little bit. I'm not going to do that. I'm okay with gold, and that's how I'm going to release it, and that's why it's called ATZ Gold. And this is for the 5-minute chart. So each time frame, different time frame that you want to trade, you have to double check the settings of the band and play with it until it works out in a way that you don't get false signals or too many signals. So it's just the end of the trends. That's what you have to concentrate on, and make sure that you get some interaction with the band when the trend is over and it reverses. And once that matches and you make it fit, then you're good to go. But I leave that up to you. Like I said, I do not trade Forex. You can use the template the way it is for Forex. But again, if you do that, do not do risk 1 entries. Do not do it. It's not adjusted for it. So I would, the safest bet would be if you take risk 3 entries. And on Forex pairs, I noticed you could also use a piercing of the band as a condition. That would also be valid. So you do not have to have a candle close outside of the band. If it pierces the band, you would be good too. But again, it's a matter of the settings. You need to adjust it for each pair. And then I would just save that template as ATZ GU or ATC NCAT or whatever you want to name it, just to have different templates for each pair. You have to go through that if you want to squeeze every little bit of profit out of it. If you want to trade it the way it is right now, you can on Forex pairs. And like I said, I have a few pairs open here. So let's see if we get an alert. Oh, why did this disappear? Huh? Thiago, you got to work on an indicator. This is the latest version. It just, hold on, let me try again. Maybe I did something wrong. Yeah, this is the latest one, version 2. Let me check again. Oh, now it works. That was strange. And here it's on, okay. I don't know why it, I mean, you know that better than I do. I'm not the programmer. Experts, hold on, give me a second. Hold on, let me pull this up a little bit so you can see that too. That's my FX book. Initialized. I don't see anything weird here. I know it could have been MT4. Sometimes it's a little weird when you update indicators and you do not restart MT4 and just refresh it. Sometimes it gets confused. Oh, uninit reason 3. Is that it? Yeah, it says here. Oh no, that's GB clock. Never mind. I'm sorry. Not it. Version 2. Yeah, here. There's one. Can you see it? It's right here. ATCDN indicator modded by Thiago version 2. GBP USD M5 uninit reason 3. Does that tell you something? I can zoom in if you want me to zoom in. I don't know how big your screen is. If you want me to zoom in, let me know. I have a little desktop zoom here. That's not an error? Okay. Let me see what else there is. I don't know. I'll keep an eye on it. If it happens again, I'll let you know. I'm just going to restart that MT4. Actually, I can do that right now. I mean, we're just waiting. Plus, I have my other MT4 open with my other account as usual, because I take the same trades in my other account. Yeah, like I said, I cannot enter a trade, but I'm hoping that we might be able to close that trade during this session. That would be perfect. Then you could see what I'm looking for. Like I said, once you're in a trade, you literally can walk away, because in order for the trade to end on gold, and this is how I adjusted this template, we need to have a candle close outside of the band, and we did not get that yet. So I already know that the trend is not done. That's how accurate the system is. And I know it sounds crazy and like I'm full of it, but I'm telling you it works. That's your first indication that the trend is over. If the candle does not close outside of the band and it pulls back down, like I said, in the future I would take half off the table, but you already know it's going to be a pullback, so you don't even have to sweat it. And then when the pullback is over, you can load up the boat again with the half that you closed up here and already booked the profit, and then, you know, rebuy in and take that with you on the next leg up. So it's really simple. Candle close outside, that's your first indication that something might happen. And then you just keep an eye on it. And if we do not get a bar inside of the white area, then it was just a pullback. You can ignore it. And when it pulls back and you get a reversed entry signal, you just load the boat. And yeah, you could probably do that, like just close half out if it closes outside and you get some kind of resistance start, then I would probably close half. And if it's not a valid exit at that point and you don't get that, then you already know it's just a pullback, and then just re-enter those positions on the other side of the band and take it down or up in whatever direction you're trading, so you can double dip a little bit. Yeah, so like I said, I'm in this trade since noon my time, and it's now 2 a.m. my time. So I got in right here. It was so funny. I literally got done testing that and adjusting the settings right around here. And then I got a candle close outside here. And I was like, yeah, let me just see how that works out. And then we got a candle close here. And I'm like, yeah, that's it. And I was done back testing the settings. And we got this alert. And I was like, okay, let me take a test trade. And I came up with those risk 1, risk 2, risk 3 entries. And I took one each. Well, actually, I took 2 risk 1 entries because we were in a demand zone. So I was pretty sure it's going to work out. Plus, like I said, I always use a stop loss. So worst case scenario, I lose 60 pips. But if those work out, you know, and you make, I don't know, the first move was, I think, right around 90 pips, if I'm not mistaken. 115 pips. And so if we go down here, that was 70, so 119 from here. 70, 120, that's 30, 20, 50. So this could be easily a 160 to 180 pip move. Yeah, that's awesome. Love it. And again, it's so simple. It couldn't be easier. And I back tested it. It really, really works. Sometimes you do not get the candle close. That's why I said when the band gets pierced and you see this, I would probably close the trade and just write the pullback down, see if it's a pullback or not. But I would take the opposite side of the trade. But we didn't even pierce the band here, so I was not worried at all. That's how accurate the system is. Like I said, the only thing I would do different in the future is close half out when I see this crossing over, and then buy it back on the pullback. That's all. Yeah, and it's clean, easy entry and exit rules, the way it is right now. And I'm very confident that you're going to win more than lose with this template if you use a 30 pip stop loss on the M5 and only trade within the session. I mean, like I said, it just happened to form in yesterday's sessions. It was still within the session, so I took the trade. And I didn't even take a nap. I was just watching it all night just to see how it works out, and if I needed to change anything before I show you that tonight. But it's I back tested all day, and it's perfect the way it is. So we got it done really, really quick. Also thanks to Thiago again. Hi Danny, how are you doing? I gotta pay more attention to the chat. I'm so sorry. I get carried away babbling here by myself sometimes. Yeah, so I'm gonna going forward. Like I said, I don't see anything that we would have to change the way it is right now. However, I wanna use it for the challenge and see how I'm doing with this, and also basically forward test it. And I'm gonna do that live with you guys anyway every night. And then if there's no major issues that I find with it, I'm gonna release it. I'm gonna create a Telegram channel for support. It's gonna be free, no charge. If you wanna tip me, that's fine. If you wanna tip Thiago, please do so, because that man did amazing things with those indicators. I just had the ideas, and he basically helped me bring them on that template. So he's my new best friend. I'm not gonna charge anything for it. I don't want you to pay a monthly fee. You don't have to pay for the template. It's gonna be released. The only thing you have to keep in mind, A, I'm not responsible. I cannot guarantee any success with this. And B, you're your own money expert. So this is not advice to invest or trade Forex. That's completely up to you. I have no responsibility if you take losses. And you need to follow the rules. If you do not follow the rules, again, you will lose money. But I mean, those rules are so simple now. They couldn't be simpler than that. Like I said, first thing on gold on the M5, you need a candle close outside. The candle needs to close outside. Piercing is not enough. Sometimes it is, but you can just ignore those trades. Those are usually just short trades anyway. So I would not take that as a entry reason on gold. Now on Forex pairs, that's different. Like I said, those settings are not adjusted for Forex pairs, and you would have to do that for each Forex pair individually to make sure that that band fits that Forex pair perfectly. Once you have that done, you can save that as a separate template, and then you set and you can go. This adjusting takes about a day. It's not that hard. So you just try different settings and make sure to fit that it fits that Forex pair, and you do not get too many false signals, and then you're good to go. Save that template with that Forex pair in the name, and then use a different template for each Forex pair, and you're set. It's basically it's the difference between buying a suit in a store at JCPenney or going to a tailor and getting one tailored to you. It's going to fit better. Is it going to work on Forex pairs the way it is? Yes, it will. But again, do not take any risk one entries, because it's not adjusted to any Forex pair. So if you trade Forex, honestly, I would only take risk 3 entries. That would be the safest bet. So basically candle piercing or closing outside of the band. On Forex pairs you can validate it with a piercing too. And then you get the bottom indicator switching over to the other color, printing a bar on candle close. You gotta wait until candle close always. and you get the yellow arrow. If you have all those confirmations, then you're good to go. Are they really gonna stop me out now? Really? See, that's the thing, forward testing. If that happens, you can guarantee I'm gonna sit here all day tomorrow and try to adjust the settings in a way that that's not gonna happen anymore. That's why I said it's done. I just have to tweak it and fine tune it and get it right. I think I got it right now. That's why I'm so confident and I'm still in this trade even through that pullback. But I could be wrong, and like I said, then I'm just gonna fiddle with it again and make sure that it fits. It takes a little time, you know. And once I forward test it and go through that challenge and hopefully actually complete the challenge, which would be amazing, going from 1,000 to 150,000 in 6 weeks of trading, especially now that I already lost a week just getting everything set up. You know, hell, if I make more money that, I might even buy the freaking Tesla and make a mic drop video at the end for all the haters. Yeah, that's just, it baffles me. Some people just baffle. I don't understand people like that. You know, you try to do something for them and you don't even charge for it, and then they come in and just hate on you. And why anyone would do that, this is just out of my understanding. I don't have that mindset. But I was told when I talked with friends about YouTube, and I said, oh, watch out for the trolls, they're gonna come for you. I can guarantee you that. And sure enough, I'm not even a weekend on these regular live streams and they're already there. It's amazing. Yeah, wouldn't that be awesome? Like, if I really achieved that goal. Like I said, I would not, in my video it was a little bit of clickbait, I admit that. But if I could theoretically make enough money to buy a Model S Plaid, that was the idea behind it. Basically trading 1 month, 30 trading days, which is 6 weeks, 30 trading days, and then go from 1,000 to 150K. If that's possible or not, I think it's possible. So I'm gonna test it out. And I honestly believe if I follow that system and I use a 10% risk on each trade, because you definitely, from my experience, have way more winners than losers, you could actually achieve that, and then some. And if I end up with and then some, I might even do that. And here you go. I'm ordering the Tesla Model S online right now with you guys live. That would be amazing. Yeah, like I said in the beginning, I don't need a car right now. I actually drive a Tesla, so I'm good. But I mean, the Model S Plaid is really nice. And who knows, maybe we get to that point. Yeah, and like I said, once I go through the challenge and everything is done and I'm happy with it, then I'm gonna release it to you guys and then open up the Telegram channel for support, or just throwing ideas back and forth, maybe how to make it better. I'm open for ideas, and then you guys can play with it. I do have a small group of beta testers right now. It's like a handful of people that have the template and they're trying this template out now too. And maybe they can come up with some Forex settings too until release, and just include those templates with the indicators. That would be even better. Maybe I should put that out to them. Say, hey, if you trade Forex, adjust the settings, and when you're happy, save that template as the currency pair. Then we have a few ready to go when it's released. So I know they're gonna try it anyway. Maybe we do that. That's a good idea. Oh, we just got a signal. What is that? Oh, Unicross. Oh. Please do not hit my stop loss. I was sitting in that trade all day. Just so you know, yeah, right? Just so you know, Danny, I don't know if you were here in the beginning. I took this trade right after I got done with the new settings. I had that entry here. Again, candle close outside. Yeah, let me make this bigger. I know. We had a candle close outside. That's your first indication. We had support dots. They were here before. They shifted down a little bit. That's fine. They were here before. It still counts. And then all we wait for risk 1 entry is for the first bar of the bottom indicator to print within those white lines, which happened right on this candle. This indicator shifts back a little bit, so it's not, when you look at it in hindsight, it shifts a little bit back. So we had that first confirmation right here on this candle, so I took a risk 1 entry right here on the bottom. And the reason why I did that is because I had this additional confirmation of a demand zone. And then we dipped down again, and this indicator kept printing up. So I was like, oh, well, then I'll take a second one right here. Why not? So I took a second position here. And then I waited for risk number 2 entry, which would be either this indicator printing a green bar in this case when I want to go long, or the yellow arrow. And we got a green bar right on this candle. That's where the first green bar here printed. So I took a risk 2 entry. And right on the next candle, we got risk 3 entry, which is green bar and the yellow arrow. So I took another one. That would be your safest entry. And the least drawdown, as you can see, once you enter here, you have one candle where it dips down for a little bit. And then once that candle closes, it just takes off. So that's for the people that are worried about drawdown and whatnot. You can enter right here. And for each trade, I use a 30 pip stop loss. That's how it works. Simple as that. And then once you're in a trade, literally on this template and only on gold on the M5, you wait for a candle close outside of the other side of the band. That's the first indication that your trade might be over. Oh, I got stopped out, really? All right. Gotta play with it tomorrow again. Well, let's see if we get an entry. At least I didn't lose money. I made $10. That's okay. How much did I make in my other account? Let me just check. Damn it. At least I didn't lose money. It was just a test trade. Let me just check real quick. Yeah, I made a little bit of money. I had better entries on my bigger account. Cool. Yeah, just so you know, I have a second MT4 open with my big account where I take the same trades that I do in the challenge account. So if I take a trade, you will always see like the popping of the entry, and then again another popping, which would be on my other MT4 here. Well, that's sad. I was sitting in this trade all day. So definitely next time, if you get a pullback, let me go up there again. If you get a pullback, which would be if we do not touch the band, but we get a crossover on a 0, I would consider that a pullback. At that point, I'm going to take half of my position off, bank the profits, and then load them back up when the pullback is over. So, all right, so I'm waiting for another entry here now, and then we're going to try to get a new position going up. We do not get a risk 1 entry, so we have to go by GBP USD. Okay. Let me just check, because I have a couple of Forex pairs open. Somebody asked me if we could do Forex pairs too, and look at that, outside of the band. Let me just zoom out so I get a better picture. Yeah, we're nowhere near. See, this bottom indicator is like, I'd keep an eye on it. But I also want to keep I have my other MT4 open. So I'm going to leave this open. This is GBP USD right now. So we're going to take a small test trade on this one. Like I said, I don't trade Forex pairs, and it's not adjusted for Forex pairs, but I want to see if it works. That was one of the requests from the Telegram chat. So we have our first indication here. If it on Forex pairs, since they're not optimized, it doesn't matter if it's just closing outside or if it pierces the band and then snaps back in. I would count that on Forex pairs. So we got our first indication that something might happen. And now we gotta watch the bottom indicator. And like I said before, on Forex, the way it is right now, because they are not tweaked to the specific pair, I would only take risk 3 entries, which means we need to pierce the band or close outside, either way. Then we need to have a green bar here, and we need to have a yellow arrow. Once we have all 3, I would take a small test trade and see if it works out. And at the same time, I'm gonna keep my gold open on the other side, see if we get another entry going up, because I really do believe we make another move like we just did from yesterday's session. Just to keep you guys informed what I'm doing right now. Yeah, exactly, you can't win them all. And like I said, it was more like a proof of concept trade than anything, and it was risk-free anyway. I was already risk-free, so if you have good money management, then it's not a big deal. Can't win them all. Ooh, look at that, we're going into the demand zone. I like that. Let me just scroll down a little bit. Okay, so I like that a lot so far. And look at that snapback of the indicator here. The next red bar just really snapped up again. Oh, and important, you have to wait on candle close, because this bottom indicator, I'm not quite sure what it is based on, but it's not just price, it's also when price stays at the same level, it moves up and down. So I think it has some kind of volume built in. That's my guess. I don't know, to be honest. Because of that, we have to wait for candle close and then see what the bar actually prints at, because that could change last minute. And I've seen it happening. So you cannot, if let's say this bar goes up now and goes over the white line, you cannot just enter the trade, because by the time the candle closes, this might be down here again. So you have to wait on candle close and then confirm that it's indeed within that area. You cannot just, when that snaps back, take the trade. That's very important. So only take trades on candle close. So like I said, we got our first confirmation that something is gonna happen, which is the close outside. And like again, on Forex pairs, because they're not optimized for the pairs, I would only take risk 3 entries. So we would have to wait for a green bar here, and then the yellow arrow pointing up. Once I have all those, I will take a trade real quick. And I'm also going to keep an eye on gold on the other side. That really bums me out now. I was in this trade all day and I was watching it, and now I got stopped out. Guess who's playing with the indicator tomorrow again? Maybe I have to make it a little tighter. Let me just give me a second, guys. I'm just gonna see if that would work better. Maybe that was too loose. Let me see. Maybe I should set it to maybe 1.8. Maybe that's a better setting. Alright, so I changed the settings on gold and just gonna test it out. I maybe made a little bit of money. Check my FX book. I'm just curious, I want to see how much it was. I should have updated by now. So on the challenge account, we made $9. Again, that's just $1,000 account. So we still made a little bit of money, not much, but. And then on the other one, that's it. $38. Wow, that's sad. I was up almost $900 in that trade already. So yeah, lesson learned. Next time, if I see a pullback, I will take some money off the table. I'm not going to let that happen again. That's for sure. I was so sure of it, and I was like, yeah, I'm just going to make this a proof of concept trade. And I proved myself wrong. That's what it did. like I said, it's a work in progress. But in the spite of what happened, I think it's a really good system. You just have to find a way to manage your money and your risk accordingly. And like I said, I made that mistake. I should have taken some money off the table when I saw the pullback coming. That's my own fault, and now I'm paying for it. It's fine. It's not a big deal. There's always another trade. So yeah, one of the other indications that we need is a support dot, which we have. So that's another confirmation for a possible reversal. And like I said, now all we're waiting for is a green bar on this bottom indicator, not just a snapback into the middle, because I have not adjusted those settings. And then we need a yellow arrow, which would be the risk 3 entry, the most safe entry you can take. That's the only one I'm willing to take, because it's not perfectly tuned for that pair. But I said I'm going to give it a shot, so I'm going to do this tonight, and we happen to catch one. So yeah. This is so nice to have, Thiago. Thank you so much. This is awesome. Okay, so see, with my old strategy, I would have taken that trade already, but that has proven not to be safe. So I came up with this method. So I'm just waiting until I get all my signals. Let this run, and then we're gonna see what happens. Just want to see how many pips that is. So I'm probably gonna, yeah, GBP USD is not as volatile as gold, so I'm probably gonna take a 15 pip stop loss on the 5 minute here. I think that looks about right. I mean, technically, with the risk 3 entry, we're almost okay to put it right underneath the low, but I just don't want to do that. That's where the market makers usually spike in, so I like to have a little bit of distance. So probably 15 pip stop loss should be okay for that pair. It's not quite as volatile as gold, so it should be okay with 15 pips. I mean, if any of you has experience with GBP USD on the 5 minute, let me know. So yeah, and in this case, end of the trade would be if we pierce the other side. So I would actually put my take profit right on that line and just move it candle by candle. I would not wait for a candle close. Let me just go back a little bit and check the chart out and see how it, yeah, definitely. I mean, it did come out here and here. It definitely came out here. That would have been a nice entry right at the supply zone. You get this doji, and then, what is that, a morning star formation or evening star? I don't remember, one of those two. That would have been I probably would have entered right here, but if you trade the system, then your entry would have been right here. We got the yellow arrow here, and we got the first red dot here. If that's where the candle was, most likely it was a little further down, but you're still going to end up making some money if you put your stop loss up here. You know, you write this down, you're good to go. You definitely got a 1 to 2 out of this one. And then you got a reversed entry right here. Yeah. And all those magenta arrows and blue arrows, they're new additions. Thiago was nice enough to add an alert when price actually pierces the band. So literally, like, once you're in a trade, all you have to do is wait for your alert to go off and then check the chart and see if it's a valid exit. Simple as that. And a valid exit is usually a reverse entry signal. So you can get out of the trade and right back in and ride it the other way if you wanted to. So you can take 2-3 trades a night back to back, and then when you have enough, you leave. You're done. You did good. it's hard to say. I would still stick with piercing, counting on Forex pairs. All right, let's wait for the signal here. Let me check gold again. No entry yet. Let me check. Yeah, so I tightened the band a little bit on gold. Let's see what happens. If I would have done that, I actually would have gotten out on the top right there. I'm sad, but it's okay. Lesson learned. We're just trying to dial it in correctly so that we don't miss exits like that, because it's a little sad. 1 I should have put 1.7. I don't know. I'm going to try 1.8. I don't want it too tight because I don't want to get stopped, closed out on a trade when it's still going. So I'm going to leave it at 1.8 for now. So you can see that bottom indicator is slowly moving up. Back in here, and we gotta wait for a green bar to print and a yellow arrow. That would be a risk 3 entry. How are you guys liking that system? Let me know. I'm curious. What do you think about it? There's a lot of thought in the system. And it's again, I think it's clean, and it couldn't be easier than what it is. It's very, very easy to trade. You don't even have to think about it. And again, you can choose your own risk appetite entry. So if you say, I want to go for risk 1 and have the tightest entries, you can. Just keep in mind you're going to lose more trades, but you also have a tighter stop loss. So depending on how you use your stop loss, you might have I personally just always use a 30 stop loss, 30 pip stop loss on gold, and calculate my position size based on that. Yeah, on the previous strategy, I would have entered right on that pin bar. That would have actually worked out. Yeah. I mean, you can't just trade any pin bar, but if it comes outside of the band and then gives me a pin bar, that would be a confirmation for me. But we're gonna play it by the rules, so we're gonna wait until we get all the confirmations. And also keep in mind that this is not optimized for Forex, so you gotta optimize that for each pair. Make sure that that band fits perfectly and matches that pair. So this is just a test. What is gold doing? if in case you guys have questions, then feel free to ask. I'm just gonna watch and see if we can get an entry here. Where are you in your trading, Danny? Are you just starting out or you're already profitable? I'm just curious. I like to get to know people a little bit. Again, I'm not a professional by far. I just started to become profitable last year, pretty much, and I'm already almost 5 years in. I know I said in the beginning 6 years, but I actually remember that I started right before that a year before that big spike on Bitcoin to 20,000. So, and then I looked at the charts today for Bitcoin, and then I saw, actually it's only 5 years, because I said 6 years in the beginning. It's actually only 5 years that I started learning about trading and started dabbling in the markets a little bit here and there. But again, like I said, I'm not a professional by all means. Just a regular Joe that tries to make it in the market, just like you guys are. So we do have a few pretty good traders in the chat, though. I know there's one guy, Long. He usually hangs out here too in the chat. He has 3 FTMO accounts already, 100K accounts, and he's going for the 4th one now under a different name. That's funny. So yeah, we have some pretty good people in the chat. I think that's going to be my next video series. Once we have this figured out and everything works, I think I'm going to, for fun, do one of the challenges, either FTMO or the other broker that one of my Forex trader friends recommended instead of FTMO. Maybe they have similar challenge. The only difference is that they actually pay you during the verification phase already. Only 50% of what you would make as a trader, but still, you still get paid during verification. That's awesome. And make that a video series, because I think with this system, you could do that probably within a week each, easily, if you do it right, once it works right. If you have a little bit of risk and money management and you're good at that, you should definitely make money with this template. I'm not guaranteeing it, but you should. And not too bad. I mean, let's go back to that gold trade. If I wouldn't have been so stupid. You know, from my entry here, each one was 30 pips stop loss. And then I had one here, one here, one here, and one here. So my average was probably right around here. You know, 30 pips and 95 pips. That's a little bit more than 1 to 3. I adjusted the band now, you can see this. I tighten it up a little bit. Actually, I should tighten it up even more because this was far away from Where's my... Yeah, from the highest point here. It was about that half of that candle length off. So I gotta make it a little tighter actually. It's just a matter of finding the sweet spot, that's all. So let's try 1.7. Yeah, that should be okay. Ah, that's funny. Doom, X. Huh, maybe that was the sweet spot. See, technically this would be a risk 1 entry. We had a pierce here indicated by that arrow, and if this band, if this bar closes, no, it did not. See how it did shift a little bit? So you gotta wait for candle close. So maybe on the next one. That would be a risk 1 entry. Oh no, the arrow disappeared. Okay, never mind. Never mind. No entry yet. Alright, I'm gonna move this out of the way and let's wait on that GU. If anything happens on gold, I'll let you know. Yeah, so I made those settings a little tighter here now, so that I would have actually gotten out here. So that would have been, yeah, about 95 pips with all 3 entries. Anyway, lesson learned. So risk 1 gives you a very good risk-reward ratio, but is higher risk, and risk 3 gives you the safest entry, but the worst risk-reward ratio of those 3 methods. In the challenge going forward, I said that earlier, I'm gonna use the position size that I can use for my 30 pip stop loss, and I'm gonna divide it by 3 and then take 1 risk 1 entry, 1 risk 2 entry, and 1 risk 3 entry for each trade, and then see how it goes. And I'm gonna risk 10% on all 3 positions, so 3.33% for each position risk, because otherwise I'm not gonna make it there. That's how I plan handling that account going forward. Oh well. No, I have to set it tighter. That still doesn't work. Try this setting. Okay, that's better. Watching TV and giggling. I was in a trade from yesterday's sessions. You missed it. There's Long. There you go. Talking to the devil. I entered the trade well, for me, earlier this afternoon, and the other oh, this is GU, I'm sorry. Let me show you. We had a setup right here, and I entered that trade. We have 3 risk settings now: risk 1, risk 2, and risk 3. If you want to know about that, I had explained that in the beginning of the video. You can go back and watch that later. But anyway, we have 3 different methods of entering, from most risk to safest, and I took one on each. So I took actually I took 2 risk 1 entries, just because we are in a demand zone down here. So I took 2 risk 1 entries, and then a risk 2 entry and a risk 3 entry, and I let this trade run, and I went all the way back up here, and I had different settings, and it didn't even pierce the band before. It didn't even touch it, and then it came all the way back, and I thought originally we are in a pullback. Oh, when this candle closes, there would be an entry. We had piercing here, we have the arrow, and we have the first green bar. So that would be a risk 3 entry, so we're going to enter that trade. I'm going to enter that trade on the challenge account too, by the way. Let me just get this ready. How much time did I just miss it? No, we got 4 minutes. Okay. I'm going to prepare that on both accounts. Sorry, I got to concentrate. I continue later. This time I'm going to use, since we only get 1 entry, I'm going to use 0.11, and here I'm going to use actually no, I'm going to use 2 positions here. Alright, so if that green bar stays in place, it did pierce the band already. We had the arrow, so that's valid to me. If that green bar stays green when that candle closes, we got the yellow arrow, then I'm going to take the trade on both accounts actually. It might be a short trade, and I'm taking 2 positions. The first position I just close out when we pierce that band, and then I set my stop loss to break even and see if we can go higher or not. That's the plan. Because I still think we're going to continue higher. So you're going to hear 3 popping noises, because I'm going to take 1 position here and 2 in the other account. If that stays green, that is. Which it is not. And that's exactly why you never jump the gun. You always wait until candle close. Like I said, technically you would have to wait for candle close. That's why I'm going to set my first profit target right here. And then, because I did see the arrows here. If we get an entry, that is. Yeah, and you can see here the support, those support dots, they started in the band. so they can be ignored. Same here. However, this one started outside of the band, and it's always left to right. So this is a valid support level for me. This was just a noise basically in the market. That's what I meant before when I was going over the supports in the band and outside of the band. This is exactly what I meant. This is inside the band, this is inside the band. It always depends on where it starts. That's where you have to look. And this one starts outside the band, so no entry. Let me check on GU. That looks like it's continuing down. And that's what I said before. Don't think you missed the boat. If the indicators don't line up, you didn't. That's for sure. Nice. So see, now we got another confirmation. We got the demand zone here that built up. It seems like this is confirmed. And now we got the arrow. I'm almost willing to take the trade here because of that box that we just got. And we are within the band, so it will be a little bit more risky, but at least it would give us a little bit more profit here. And again, you can make your own trading rules, however you want to trade that. That's completely up to you. That's just what I came up with. If you don't want to do it that way and you want to do it in a different way, then please feel free to use your own trading rules with that system. And if you find something better, share it with us, you know. We put all the work in it, so it would only be fair if you would share it. Hi, Lily. Hi, baby. Yeah, if you get a retest to the box and we get a green bar at the same time, then I would definitely take that trade. But technically that can't happen. So, but it would be nice if we get a bounce and then a lift off. That would make me feel more comfortable taking this trade. Let's check on GU real quick. Coming back here. Yeah, see, this support level starts outside of the band, so that's valid. This one started inside the band, so it's not relevant. All these levels here you can completely ignore. This is outside of the band, that's relevant. Same here, outside of the band, that's relevant. Outside of the band, that's relevant. Outside of the band, that's what I mean. If you just get them in the band, you can completely ignore them. That's just noise. Let me see. So on gold, we have the yellow arrow right now. I'm just letting you know what's going on. And with the demand zone and the support that we have and the piercing of the band and bottom indicator being in the white, I would probably take that trade if the yellow arrow stays. If it doesn't stay, then now it disappeared again. Okay. Got 1.5 minutes until the candle closes, so let's see what happens. I'm not gonna try to force the trade now. So if it's not there, it's not there. But I will try to wait until we get a valid setup. so you can see it. Yeah, anyway, sorry long. Let's go back here. Yeah, I took this trade. My settings were not tight enough, so I did not get my exit here. So I assumed it was just a pullback, and I actually loaded up on this pullback right here, and then set my stop loss to break even on all positions because I was already in profit on the other ones, and then I got stopped out here. Or I think it was in this candle, if I'm not mistaken. So I was all the way up here in profit and then didn't take profit off when this crossed over. That was my mistake. And it stopped me out at break even pretty much. I mean, I didn't lose any money. I made a little bit of money, but still. I made like 1% on that trade. I was already up 15%. So that was stupid of me. I should have taken some money off the table here. Lesson learned. That's what you missed. But I said it before, it was more like a proof of concept trade than anything. And at least I didn't lose money on it, so that's okay. Yeah, so now I made the settings a little bit tighter, so I would have actually got at least a pierce or a close, something like that. Then I would have considered, closing the trade here and going the other way, which it actually did. And we're still going. I thought I had it dialed in, but I guess not. I'm definitely going to go over the settings tomorrow again. I'm going to get this right no matter what. So now we got the demand zone on GU2. Maybe, hold on, let me see something here. I'm just curious. If I set that to 1 day, a little bit bigger. Let's make them blue. And again, you feel free to play with it, There's nothing wrong with that. Let's make this a little smaller. 3. Make those 4 hours. Let me see something. Maybe that's the way to go. Zoom out. I like this a lot better. All right. I explain it in a second, but this is actually a valid entry here, so let me just take this trade. And that would also help me to get out here. Okay, if this candle closes with that arrow, I'm going to take that trade. Let me get my other MT4 ready. And we're going to take... Oh, the other way around. This is my challenge account. Sorry. This is my real account, not real account, but big account. They're both real money accounts. So. Okay, we have 23 and 23. Okay. Oh, this is GU. I gotta go back to gold. There we go. All right. Yeah, I'm willing to have to trust the setting. I got time. Let me do this real quick. So what I'm doing right now is adjusting the support zones from 30 and 1 hour to, 1 hour and 4 hour to 4 hour and 1 day. And then I explain that in a second. Let me just take that trade first. And get this ready hopefully before the time is up. Let's just do 2. 2 is fine. And 4 hours. There we go. So. We got a few seconds. Let me zoom out again so I can explain real quick. So the blue resistance is a daily support level, and the white support dots are 4-hour support levels. And see, now you can actually play it from support to support as an additional. Would have not worked out on this one, but he would have at least taken profit here. Okay, let's see. The only thing I don't like about this right now is that we do not have a candle close below the band. So actually, no, I'm not going to take this trade, because that's one of the requirements that we have to have. So I'm just going to wait. I think it's actually going to go further down. Let me make this bigger again. There we go. So we need one candle close underneath the band, and then risk one entry. We need this to be within those white lines. If it's not, we cannot take the trade. That would be risk one. Risk two would be one additional confirmation, either a green bar printing or yellow arrow, whatever comes first. And risk three would be green bar in this case, because we're trying to go long, and the green and the yellow arrow together. That would be the safest way to enter. All right, so let me go back to the chat. So yeah, so that's what we're basically waiting on right now. We do have the support level. We just have to wait until it's done, because the support level does reprint. But it's an indication that there's a turnaround coming. Seeing if I would have had that setting this way, I would have actually gotten out right here. Right on this, because that was also 4-hour support. So basically we go on 4-hour support to 4-hour support and then back up. And sometimes this doesn't work out. Let me show you what I mean. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit so you can see this better. We actually had a 4-hour support resistance here. So we're going down. However, we do not get a 4-hour support level on the bottom. So, I mean, anytime it comes outside of the band, I would definitely, if you expect it to go lower, I would definitely take a little bit off the table, that's for sure. And then set my stop loss to break even. But we did not get a 4-hour support, so I would only close out half. And then I would get stopped out at break even, and it actually goes higher. That happens occasionally, not a lot, but it does. And then we get a 4-hour support level here with the daily support, which is even stronger. So we can close out the trade here and take a sell. Then we get the 4-hour support level here. That was yesterday's at the end of the day. And then we would take the trade up here. And now we get the 4-hour support here. Means stop, turn around. We go down. And now we have the 4-hour support level here. And that means stop, we're going up. We just have to wait until it's played out, because this level will repaint a little bit. So we have to wait for all the confirmation. You can't just blindly take a trade here. However, we do have a good indication with that demand box that this actually might be the end of it. We just have to wait for the confirmations. And since we did not get a close outside of the band, I would at least need this to be either that one to be green, or at least be within the middle area here between the white bands, and then get a yellow arrow. So it will basically be a risk 2 entry. Let's see what happens here. But ideally, I would like to see at least a pierce of the band before we turn around, obviously. So let's see how that works out. Yeah, I think that's the better setting, because then at least you know this could be a turnaround point, and then if I see this, you could close the trade right here and go short. That would have let me take profit up here and write this one down instead. Sucks, but it is what it is. this move still not over, would have been 70 pips right there. Yeah, and I think we're gonna continue down because this is also still almost outside of the white line. And as I said, ideally I would like to see at least a pierce of the band as a confirmation. And we did not get that yet. I mean, we did get it, but the band shifted, meaning we're not done yet. So you're gonna see this white support level move down as price goes down. How was your day long? Did you get some trades in? Let me zoom in a little here. What's that? Jesus. Yeah. Now we had a close, well, it's not closed yet, but we have one bar inside the white. We gotta see what happens when that candle closes. Maybe this is a double bottom. I don't know. This is continuing down. Whoa, wow. Yeah, this is not done yet. Is there a demand zone here? Oh yeah. They're probably gonna push down here before anything happens. I keep an eye on it. Whoop. Should I lower my system notification sounds? Hold on, let me just go into my streaming software and mute them. Okay, I have my computer sound muted now, so you're not getting my sound. But you can still hear me, right? You guys still can hear me? Check my streaming software. Yeah, looks like my microphone is on. Okay. Hey, Chandru, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Sorry, my MT4 just crapped out on me and didn't save my settings here. Okay, I'll save that now. Let's save this one too for now, just in case. Yeah, like I said, we're still waiting for an entry right now. There was actually a setup right in the middle, at the start of the day. Or I think this is like 1 hour off because my broker has some weird times. So I think right around 6, 7, something like that. So, and now we went into the session. We did, however, get the support dots. So let's see what happens. Yeah, and we made a little bit of money on the stop out. It was a risk-free trade at that point. And the demand zone is gone, so we're gonna go lower. Gotta wait for our entry. Yeah, like I said, ideally we want to see price penetrating the band. Is this back to, what is this? Two now. 1.7. There you go. And we should get an alert when that happens. So. Did you close out all your trades long? So you're not in a trade right now? Because I know you trade on the 1 hour, right? Yeah, as you can see, that support shifted down now. Like I said, it does repaint. So you cannot just blindly enter on those support levels because they will move a little bit. It's more like an indication that a reversal is coming. But again, ideally we want to see price coming out of the band as a confirmation. And that didn't happen yet, so we gotta wait for that signal. That's what we're waiting on right now. Should come soon though, hopefully. No trades right now. B, let's J yesterday before it shoot. Awesome. Oh, break even? That sucks. Sorry. We're in the same boat. I was up 15% in my trade and it closed to break even. Because I tried to prove a point. Lesson learned. Yeah, we definitely want to see a penetration of that band before, which in that case we're gonna get, why are they small again? Let me make those bigger again. 3. So now you can see them better. We have blue and magenta arrows. That's when price just pierces the band. It's a new alert that we added overnight. And also we have the white. Let me make those white arrows a little bigger so they actually stand out. Yeah, that's better, so we can actually see them behind there. And the white area is basically when price comes out of the band and goes back in, then we get that white arrow. But sometimes I would like to know when the price comes out, so Diago was actually nice enough to add that alert for us. Yeah, so we could have taken a pullback entry right here. Safe entry would be here. Out of the supply zone, you get a signal, and then this is already within the bands and also red. Or if it was not red, at one of those candles, it probably turned red, so you could have entered on any of these. Put your stop loss here and wait for the piercing of the band here. So you would be up 39 pips now. If it hits the band, it's about 46 pips. And it looks like it's not done yet. That could have been a setup actually. But we started this session here, so I only trade in that gray area. So that's when my session starts. I usually don't take trades outside unless it's right before the session starts and I happen to see a setup. All right, let's see GU. Ooh, look at that. And it did come down in that demand zone. I have gold open on the other. Oh wow, gold is going down now too. Hard. However, we did get a piercing, so you can see the blue arrow. That means the price has penetrated the band, like it has here and has here. So that's a good sign. Not saying it's over, because this is over the white line now again, so this might continue down. But that would be our first indication that something is about to happen. Kind of like here. We got the white arrow again, but we have no confirmation here. You can see how the red bars are like way outside of the middle area here, so we're not done with this move by far. This might take a few candles actually. So let's check out gold again. Yeah, you can see how far this came out. This is nowhere near the turnaround. Also good indicator, or that's a good thing to happen when you're in trade and you see those bars coming out. That basically means you did well. Now unbuckle and lean back and enjoy the ride. That's pretty much what that indicator does too at the same time. So as long as those bars stay above the white line, you can stay in this trade. And you would still be in there right now. Yeah, and those support dots, like I said, they do reprint or repaint, whatever you want to call it. So don't go by those support dots without confirmation. That's why we have several confirmations built in. And again, ideally you want to see price at least piercing the band, so you get that blue arrow. Ideally you want to see a white arrow. That means price really came out and went back in. You want to see a support dots. You want to see this coming in, and you want to see a yellow arrow. And if you want to play it safe, you wait until you get a green bar here, because we're trying to go long here. But my guess is that we're pushing back into the zone. At least that's what it looks like. Yeah, and in case you're wondering about the zone, when I started developing that system over time, I noticed that right at that time, 1 a.m., at least on gold, I don't know about Forex pairs, maybe not so much, but on gold, usually right when that session starts, you get a setup right around that area, like 80% of the times. On the 5 minute, that is. That's the time frame I'm trading. So that's why I marked this zone at 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, my time, 2 hours before London, and then it goes all the way into New York until 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's where the market is the most active, and the most money goes to the market. So that's when you can expect some movement. Outside of that zone, like I said, I'm not saying you cannot trade. You could definitely close out your trade here and take the trade down again if you happen to see it. But usually it's pretty quiet in the other sessions or in between, so. That would be risk 1, yeah. I'm gonna wait until at least risk 2, which means we would need 1 confirmation. So we do have a piercing of the band and we have a support dot. So that check marks. Ideally I want to see a close outside. But I want to see at least 1 confirmation. 1 confirmation would be either this bottom indicator printing a green bar on candle close or that yellow arrow. And risk 3 entry, the safest one would be both a green bar and a yellow arrow, and then you're good to enter. Yeah, but I would like to see a white arrow here. That would make me feel a little more comfortable. Bigger, yeah. As always, if you have questions, please feel free to ask. So right now we had the penetration of the band and we have the support dots. So if we get a yellow arrow and a close within the band, then I would consider taking a trade. Or we get a green dot, a green bar here. That would be the second confirmation that I would need. I'd need one of the two for risk 2. So let's see. And this looks like we're gonna get a candle. Oh, that would be risk 1. That's 2 bars in already. And we have a pin bar. I think I'm gonna take a trade on this one. I like it. We had a pierce the band here. We have support dots. We have 2 bars already in there, and we have a pin bar here. That looks pretty good. Let's see what happens. And again, I always use a 30 pip stop loss on gold. I'm just gonna take a half position though on my bigger account. Actually, let me make this. Yeah, I guess like that. And we get the green bar, see? Okay. So that's actually, yeah, that's all the confirmation that I need. Just have to wait for the board, for the candle to close and make sure that the green bar is still there. check something real quick. Huh. It's weird. Took 2 positions here. It's 32. Wow. Okay. We even got the yellow arrow on the candle close. Nice. Even better. Okay, that's 30 pips. We just adjust it to both of them. Okay, stop loss is set. Let me do the same on my account. Okay, and now what we're looking for is another 4-hour support, or, because like I said, sometimes you don't get it and it just continues down, would be a candle close above the band. And don't worry, this band shifts quick, so we're not gonna just go until here. And the opposite signals, basically to go short again. Let me make this bigger again for you guys. So the band was pierced, support dots, green down here, and the arrow. So it actually made it a risk 3 entry, the safer one. I didn't measure that. If I would have measured that, because I like my stop loss to be underneath the support, maybe around here, then I would have set a pending order to 30 pips. Yeah, would have just gotten triggered in there. Yep. Oh well. Mistake. Set a pending order here. Oh, well. Yeah, ideally we want to see the support dots showing up on the other side. However, that does not always happen. So you gotta keep an eye on band penetration signal, and then see if you get reversal indications, because if that happens, then you need to close the trade. I would not take another one going the other way without the support dots. That's one of the confirmations that we're looking for, but at least I would probably consider closing the trade at that point. And for next time, yeah, usually what I do is I measure. I was just, let me get in, so I jumped the gun here again. But if I would have measured that, that's 36 pips. So I would have measured from here 30 pips up. I would have set a pending order at 30 pips, so that my stop loss is actually underneath here. And then I would have gotten triggered in anyway. And if not, I don't want to trade if I have more than 30 pips. That's what I usually do. I don't even know why I didn't do that. I got all excited about the entry, I guess. Like I said, I'm not a pro. I'm making mistakes too. But that would have given us a little bit more profit already, and also a safer stop loss. But it is what it is. Let's see what happens. We got the support dots, we got the band penetration, and we got a green on this candle, so technically that's makes it a risk 3 entry. And there goes my error. Nice. Sorry, I'm just checking something here. Well, we got our stop loss in place, so worst case scenario is we get stopped out. It's not a big deal. GU. Still not done playing around, okay. I think there was an alert for NCD/USD too. Yep, let me check this one real quick. Refresh this. Yeah, that would have been a nice entry. Close outside. This was already red. And we already had the yellow arrow here too. You could have, technically you could have entered right here and close of the candle. Maybe I should wait for the outside close of the candle. I don't know. What are you doing, lady? What you doing? One of the cats is just laying here on the floor, on her back, with all 4 spread eagle. You're the weirdest cat ever. Alright, let's check out GU. Again. Yeah, and on Forex pairs, I said it earlier in case you didn't hear that, that system is not adjusted for Forex pairs yet. In order to do that, you would have to play with the band settings a little bit, make sure that they fit whatever pair you're trading, and have separate settings for each pair. It takes you about a day to, sometimes two, to fine tune it a little bit. And then you would just save a separate template with the name of the pair. So you have a different template for each pair that is perfectly tuned in for that pair. That's important. Since I don't have that, I said, and somebody asked me in the chat today to take a look at a couple of Forex pairs too. I would only take a risk 3 entry on Forex pairs right now. Meaning I would have to have all 3 confirmations for me to take a trade, because it's not fine-tuned for that. So we did get a close outside, so that's the first confirmation. Now we would have to wait for a green bar to print here. It's not enough to get just inside. And then we would also have to have our yellow arrow. However, since this is a demand zone, I would consider taking a trade if we get the yellow arrow and just a bar within the area here. I would feel comfortable with taking that trade because of that big demand zone that we have here. Let me zoom out a little bit, I'm just curious. Yeah, that looks like a double bottom here to me, because they just peaked it underneath here. You can see that. This is the new resistance here. Maybe that was a stop on. It could still push down a little bit further, so it might not be done. And this indicator indicates that it's not done yet, so keep an eye on it. Here you can see better. See, this is the old support, this is the new support that just pushed it down a little bit. Could be to trigger some stop losses. Some people do put the stop loss literally right underneath the low, and then they're surprised that they get stopped out constantly. That's why I do not feel comfortable with this stop loss right now. It's actually above the support, which is even worse, but I didn't measure that, and I do not take more than 30 pips risk. It's just how I trade. I'd rather take the hit and wait for another entry. It's my own fault. Messed up. Stuff happens. If I see that spike, I would go to where I would feel comfortable with my stop loss, which would be, that's my minimum, and then measure 30 pips up right here, and then put a pending order in here. And then I would have gotten triggered in here and get a better price. And I would have my stop loss at a more comfortable area here. Another thing is you can do is also set a pending order on the band, because gold likes to go back to that band, and which would hit my stop loss here. Nice. Now my bigger account, I took only half risk, so I still put my stop loss underneath the support here. Actually, I need to put it underneath that arrow here. Give me a second. I don't want to right underneath the support, so I put my stop loss here on my bigger account. And I'm able to do that because it only took half a position here. Check you again. Yeah, it looks weird with all those errors here, but they were added today. Not for visual purposes, but so that we can actually get an alert once price comes out of the band, not when it goes back in. Because we want to have a little bit of a warning. And Thiago was nice enough to add that signal here for us. Within a couple of hours. That guy is amazing. Euro USD, let's check that one out. I'm trying to get a Forex trade in, just to see if it works. Now on a Forex pair, if I take a trade, I'm gonna just take a 0.01, just do a test trade. So just so you guys know, because it's not optimized for Forex. I'm just curious if it would work or not. And I was asked to do that if it happens, so that's why I keep an eye on GU and now EU, I guess. How are you supposed to enter that? Funny. Very funny. Oh ho ho. Oh. I forgot to adjust the settings here. That's better. Let's see if I can get lucky here. I mean, we did have the pin bar. I'm hoping it's holding. Nothing yet. Mm-hmm. Oops, sorry. Actually, let me adjust this here. This is better. I'm gonna get stopped out here, probably. Yeah, let's just wait for a white arrow. It's a safer way anyway. Oh, great. I got stopped out in the other one too. Sweet. So now we have a close outside. Into the man zone. That's what I should have waited for. Price coming completely out of the band. Keep breaking my own rules. Wait a minute. Yeah, let's see if we can get an entry here. Definitely not a big, a bad place to get an entry there. What's up with all them haters? I don't get it. That was my troll. I have a troll. I have a hater. I don't know. He comes back with different names, and I keep reporting and banning him. And he just made it his live mission to interrupt my stream. I don't know why. I don't even know this guy. No idea. Yeah, exactly. It's the third time that he's here with a different name. He comes back every night with a different name. I want to have the time that he has, to be honest. I have no idea what his issue is. I don't care. I just don't deal with him anymore. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I said, I honestly don't know what his issue is. It's fine. I don't need to know. I'm not getting paid to babysit him, so I just don't deal with him anymore. Jesus Christ. All right, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna close those Forex pairs because it's just too much. It's just distracting me. You guys can test it on Forex yourself if you want to. It definitely looks like there's gonna be a buy setup on GU, so that looks really good. I just saw it when I closed it. So if you want to check it out, you can go on GU and check it out yourself. I just don't trade Forex pairs. I'm sorry, I tried, but I just don't have the patience for it right now. This is the third day in a row where it's just nothing is happening. So we did penetrate the band this time, so that's good. We have a support in the demand zone. I really like that. We did get the white arrow, so now we need to wait for risk one entry would be one bar closing in the white. Risk two entry would be one additional confirmation, meaning either the yellow arrow or waiting for the green bar, whatever comes first. And risk three, safest entry would be to get a green bar and the arrow and then enter. Honestly, I would consider a risk two at this point. Actually, risk one would be fine with me too. just gonna keep an eye on that bar when the candle closes. Now I'm gonna wait for risk 2. I already lost the trade, so I'm gonna play it a little safer. And now the plan is to, just so you know, since we have the support here, to basically go back to the 4-hour support and then close the trade. Since that's a longer move, I want to wait at least for one more confirmation, which means I'm going to make this a risk 2 entry. And I'm going to take one on risk 2 and one on risk 3. That's the plan. That sounds about right. So as soon as we get a yellow arrow or we get a green printed bar, we're going to take one position, and then when the other one comes in, we're going to take another position. So far, so good. I do like the fact that we did actually close outside of the band this time. And the fact that we basically poked into the demand zone and snapped right back. It was a little bit of a rejection. It's not a pin bar, but it's at least we saw some kind of reaction here. And we have the support now dead smack in the demand area. So it's definitely a nice thing to see if you want to go long. But since we already lost the trade, I'm going to play it a little safer and dial down the risk 2. I'm not going to take a risk 1 entry on this one. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep it at that setting now, and just use the 4-hour support as a orientation where we're going and when we enter and when we close. And I'd rather have it a little tighter and get those alerts in between, because that would have put me out of the trade here. Anyway, here would have been good. Like I said, I was already up 15% on that trade and thought it was a pullback, and got stopped out at break even at the end because I took on some additional positions. It did not go as planned, and I'm a little bit miffed about that. So I'm gonna play it a little safer now and just go from support dots to support dots. That's why I widened them to 4-hour support dots instead of 1 hour and 30 minutes, if that makes sense. I guess that's a better way to go. You can see here, support dots, take off, exit, enter, exit, hopefully, if it's done here. So we're gonna wait for a little bit more confirmation before I take that trade. Good morning. What are you doing up already? It's not even 4.
I went to bed at like 8 o'clock.
Oh. My roomie is awake. One of my roomies, and the other one just started snoring and stopped giggling. So it's shift change here. Yeah, he was giggling a storm up there. He was watching something. He was just laughing his ass off. I'm like, well, at least he has a good time there.
He must have been watching Drag Race.
Probably. And now he got quiet and you woke up. It's funny. Yeah, like I said, since we already lost the trade, I'm gonna take a risk 2 entry. I'm not gonna do a risk 3 entry. Even though it's tempting with that demand zone down there. That's why I took in yesterday's session, because we were right in that demand zone. I took a risk 1 entry here. Actually, I took 2 risk 1 entries, and then I took a risk 2 entry here and a risk 3 entry here, and then it came all the way up here, and I had the band not tight enough, so I did not get a touch here, so I assumed it was just a pullback, and actually loaded up the boat on this move here because we had the support dots here. I thought there was a 50% retrace, and it matched, aligned with the Fibonacci level at 50%. Just trying to explain what I was thinking. I was thinking we're gonna make a move further up, and it was just the first leg. So I took another position. Of course, my average price was now right around here. So I set the stop loss for the new positions, and my stop loss for the old positions over my break even. So at least I'm risk free. And of course I got stopped out on it. So that's what happened. But that trade was actually up 15% already. And I'm a little bit, I can't say that on YouTube. I'm a little bit mad about it. Let me put it that way. About myself, actually. So we're trying to do the same thing here again. However, since I already lost the trade, I'm going to play it safe and only take a risk 2 entry, which means we need this to be inside, and then we need an additional confirmation, whichever comes first, which is either that arrow or a green bar to print. Right now we cannot enter. But I gotta play it a little safer. However, since we only take 2 positions, I am gonna up the lots. I need to make some money, otherwise I'm not gonna go anywhere with the stupid challenge. Where's my margin? 0.53. Huh. If I take 2 positions, I should be okay. Sorry for the noise in the background. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to take 1 position. That's my plan. 1 position on risk 2, and then 1 position on risk 3. And actually, let me do this right now, ahead of time, because that's where I want my stop loss minimum to be. So I'm going to put a line right around here, and if the entry is above that, because that's my max stop loss, 30 pips, then I'm gonna set a pending order at that level, because I don't want to have another huge stop loss and I want it out of the way. So I'm gonna do this now, so right around here. Okay, so if you get an entry and that's above the line, I'm just gonna send a pending order at that line, so that I can place my stop loss right underneath here. Yeah, if the red bar is above the white line, that would be a risk 1 entry. However, I just lost the trade because I was being stupid and did not follow my own rules. So I'm not going to take a risk 1 entry because I want to avoid losing another trade, because that's the riskiest entry that you can take with this system. So I'm going to wait for a risk 2 entry or risk 3 entry, Andrian. That's what I'm thinking here, because of the fact we already lost the trade. So I'm going to wait for a risk 2, which would be, again, we have the confirmation of the dots, we have the price that came out, we have the white arrow, which is good. Now we need not only the bar to be in this zone again, but we also need either a yellow arrow in addition or a green bar on the indicator. That would be a risk 2 entry. Not taking a risk 1 on this one. So that's what we're waiting on right now. And I'm not willing to lose another trade, so I play it a little safer. And if our entry is above that line, then I will just set a pending order at that level so I can place my stop loss underneath that arrow down here. Because I like it to be a little bit away from the support zone here. But at the same time, I don't want to risk more than 30 pips, so that's why I'm setting a pending order, hoping that if we do get a valid entry, that it will come back a little bit and trigger us in, if that's the case. What? Everybody awake now. Let's wake Charlie up again.
Should probably see the bottom of the food bowl.
Yeah, barking up the wrong tree, lady. She's like, I don't care. You sit right next to the food bowl. You do it.
You're the guardian of the food bowl, Alex.
No, it's actually my roommate's cats. She has 2 cats. She has two female cats. One's name is Lily, and the other name is Lady. So we got Lady and Lily here, and Lady's the vocal one. She gets stressed out because she could see the bottom on her food bowl, even though there's food all around it. But there was one little spot, and she saw a hole, so she was crying wolf because she's gonna die of hunger.
She weighs 17 pounds.
Yeah, and she weighs 17 pounds. That's the same one I was saying before that was laying on her back on the floor, spread eagle, and just looking at me like, what? What you gonna do about it? No, but they're sweet cats. So,
Most of the time.
Lady's just stressing about the food bowl because she probably lost a couple of grams on the way over there, and she's losing weight, and there was a little hole on the bottom where there was no food. So and how much is Lily? Like what, 7 pounds?
Yeah, she's 7 pounds. She's
Yeah.
tiny.
So yeah, just to have a comparison, Lily is 7 pounds, and then Lady is 17 pounds. So you can imagine what she looks like.
Lady eats her emotions.
We call her Fatty for a reason. But she's a sweet cat, she really is. So they both are.
They have good personality.
Yeah. So yeah, like I said, I want to have at least 2 confirmations this time. And then once I have all 3, I'm going to enter another one. So we're only going to take 2 positions here. And of course, price. That's one thing I didn't want to see. Stay there. Do not run away from me. However, what I might do, I'm thinking about that. If we have both our entries and it is confirmed, I will set a pending order right on the band here. see if we can get it, because sometimes gold does spike back, and I just want to prove a point because I mentioned that a couple of times. So I'm just going to put up, once we get all confirmations and we entered our 2 positions, I'm going to set a pending order at the band and see if we can snap another order here before it goes up. Might as well try it out, why not? Hi, Lily. Yeah, and Lily likes to watch my screen because I have the Stark template here, and she sees the mouse moving, and I have a really big screen. It's a 42-inch screen, so she's sitting in front of the screen and just following my mouse like it's a fly or something. She loves to do that. It's cat TV for her, right, Lily? She's totally ignoring me. Lily, what you doing? I didn't even think about that. That would actually be a good idea. I will ask Thiago. I mean, he's the expert. He gave us the alerts on the other indicator. Maybe he's able to add one. It would be nice to have one that, like you said, once the bar closes inside, that would be nice. And then also have an alert when it switches color. So you have for both entries, you have those alerts. That would be nice, actually. It's a good idea. Thank you. Very good idea. I'm gonna brainstorm with Thiago tomorrow and see if he can add that. He's really good at that stuff. It's my new best friend. What happened here? Seriously? Oh, I know why. My other MT4 on the other account keeps freezing and then closing. I think I might know why though. Let me just check something while we're waiting on this trade. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Okay. So I think I increased yeah, I did. That's why. There's a setting in MT4 where you can, under options choice, max bars in history and max bars in chat, and I was testing on chart, and I was testing something out and set it to max, and MTV doesn't, it's late here, MT4 doesn't like it when you have like full on all the bars on both settings. It's too much for it. So I like to set it to the lowest settings. I just set that to the highest because I wanted to test something, and I forgot to set it back, and that's why my MT4 keeps freezing on the other side. That's probably why, or at least I'm assuming that's why. Okay, I'm back on the chat. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna talk to Thiago tomorrow. See, and that's why we wait for the confirmations here. Now it's trying to come back. Now if this support moves down, I'm gonna measure 30 pips from there and move my white line again, because I do not want more than 30 pips stop loss. What? You funny. You funny lady. Do not jump on me right now. She did it the other day when I was live streaming. She jumped on my chest right where the microphone is.
No manners.
I'm like, you can't do that. I haven't even watched the recording. I have to see if you can actually hear it on the mic. I'm like, really? Like all day she's sitting on her blanket, but then when I live stream she jumps on me.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that's awesome, Chico. I just don't trade majors. I like I said, my favorite is gold. That's what I'm sticking with. That's the pair that I know and I had success with. So I rather master one pair than trade on 25 different ones and don't know any of them. I know there's people that don't agree with that, but that's just me. I like to know my pair, and that's what I'm trading. And besides, gold gives you a lot of pips. Someone asked me earlier today to test Forex pairs, and I did have a couple of Forex pairs open earlier, but then they all went off on at the same time with the alerts, and I was like, okay, this is just too much. So if you want to trade Forex, that's fine, but you gotta tweak that yourself and test it out. You should always demo test it first anyway, until you get a feel for the system, and then once you feel comfortable and make your own adjustments, you can make your own rules, you can add whatever you need to add to make it work, and then you can go and run with it. But you should always demo test it anyway. There's no surefire system. It's just a tool, and you have to adjust the tool to your liking and to your understanding in a way that you can follow it easily or work with it easy in a way that you can understand it. Like I said, I'm trying to come up with rules, and I had it, but the band setting were just too tight. Yesterday they were too loose, so now we're trying, 1.6 I think, or 1.5? 1.7, so that's what we're trying now. So yeah, looks like this might actually go further down. Patiently waiting. Come on. There we go. I'm still mad about that trade. I really thought it was going to continue up, and then came all the way back in. Or at least I didn't lose money on that one. Yeah, 1.3, the settings that we used before is way too tight. And I guess 2.0 was too much. So now we're testing 1.7. See how that works. Yeah, I said that earlier. When that we did not, because we had the settings were too wide, so we did not get any contact with the band here. And so I thought it was a pullback because it was not a valid exit. But in all reality, when I saw this, that's where I should have taken half of my trade off and take partial profit. Anywhere in this area would have been good. Because I was already up. I think at the highest it was 100 and something pips, 115, I think it was. So, you know, even if I take profit at 90 pips and take some off the table, in hindsight, you know, that's what I should have done. I was so confident. I was like, no, I'm going to keep it open, take it with me into the live stream, and then we get hopefully a pullback setup, which I took. And then I set my stop loss for all positions over break even, including the new one. So we made a little bit of money on it, but you know, it all came back. So I should have just taken half off the table. That was my mistake. But yes, you're correct. I should have taken a little bit of profit off there. It was already 15% on the account. It was up almost, and more than that. It was up, I think at the highest it was like $180 on a $1,000 account. That's 18%. But now, I was greedy. I was like, yeah, let me just keep it. It's just a pullback, and it wasn't. I didn't even load up the boat on the pullback. Oh, so I thought, like, this is going to be a really nice trade once that continues up and does that, measured move, what they say, first impulse move, and then you have a pullback, and then you get roughly the same amount going further up. I was like, this is going to be a nice trade, and then it completely reversed on me and came all the way back down. Look at this. This looks like a big the W formation. That's what it looks like to me. Let me see this on the 15-minute. Just curious. No, that's not a W formation. We're actually going down. Oh. Interesting. I didn't see that earlier. So that was actually the top. And this was basically almost retest. See, lesson learned. Next time, I'm gonna check the higher time frame, see what it looks like on the higher time frame. Yep. So if that's correct, that means we're gonna make a lower low here. So we have no reason to enter here yet, because that's not how the market works. And let me zoom out again so you see that better. What I mean, where I'm coming from. Where was it? See, here was the last daily support level with the 4-hour, those dark blue dots. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can see that. Oh, now I went too far, probably. Let me check. Yeah, there it is. Can you see that? We have blue dots and white dots. The blue dots are daily support levels, and the white dots are 4-hour support levels. So when you see a blue with the white, that means that this is a reversal, basically, if it's confirmed. But you know how the market moves. Once we get a reversal, then we make higher highs and higher lows. See this? And then we work our way up here. This didn't even hold, went further up. And then we had our blue support here. That means reversal. We're going back down again. So now we did one step down. We had a lower high. So you can expect a lower low here. Does that make sense? And I didn't look at that. I didn't look on the higher time frame. That was a mistake. So I thought that we were going to continue up here, but in all reality, that was just the first lower high. And if I'm correct, and if that indicator is correct, we should make a lower low now, meaning we're going to break down here. I mean, we'll see what's going to happen. Exactly. That was my mistake. I was just concentrated on that stupid indicator all day. And then I got excited. I saw this. I mean, it was not a bad trade. I made, like I said, from here to here, I had 4 positions with 0.05. 1, 2, 3, yeah, 4. And all the way up here, it was almost 180 bucks. And then when he came back, I thought it's gonna make a pullback here, not looking at the bigger picture. So like, oh, let me load up the boat here and we continue higher. And then, of course, that's not what happened. So, again, made a mistake. So yeah, if that was a reversal, then we should expect a lower low, meaning that this is gonna continue down and break this old low. That would make sense, unless it starts ranging. But we're full on red here, so I don't expect this to go up anytime soon. So the right trade to take would have been this one. And then take it down. Oh, that's so frustrating. Okay, let me just anchor the chart in again. Yeah, so I'm expecting this to run down a little further, at least to break that previous low. Maybe I should make it a habit to have a second chart open with a higher time frame and higher support levels, so I get a better idea of what's going on right now. Probably not a bad idea. What is that? Oh, okay. So yeah, this is not a double bottom. That's actually probably going further down here. Signal 2. Oh, pierced a bit. Seriously. Yeah, now we don't have the close outside of the band anymore. That's gone. So that would invalidate that setup anyway. That would be the risk 1 setup if this candle closes and the bar closes within our middle area, which is zoned in by the white lines. Then that would be a risk 2 setup. However, we do not have that close anymore here, which we would need one of the white arrows here, and that white arrow did disappear, so that makes it invalid. And again, I think we're going to continue lower when I look at the bigger picture. And since the arrow is gone, I'm not going to take this trade. I just think it's not putting the odds in your favor here. Yeah, most likely. just work its way down. I mean, we might get a little bit of a push here because of the demand zone, but I think long term it's gonna break that level. At least it should, if those indicators are right, you know. Let me zoom out again, because that's daily support. And let me go to the 15 minutes so you can see that again. Why is this down here? Wait a second. It's not supposed to be there. Sorry, I gotta move this real quick. This needs to go here. There you go. Yeah, like I said, the blue lines are daily support levels, and the white ones, the 4-hour support levels, are basically the stair steps in between as it moves up. And now we made a stair step down, and we created a lower high here, so technically this should go down. Like I said, it might push a little bit, but I think it's gonna go past this point, at least if that's correct. Just change again? Oh, I'm on a 15-minute now. I'm like, why does it look so different? It's just frustrating, you know. We only had one good live stream so far. It was day 2, and all the other days, always something going on here. So if the white arrow was still here, and this bar closes in here, and we keep the yellow arrow, that would be a risk 2 entry. But it looks like we're not gonna get that. Like I said, I think it's gonna continue down. At least it should. Sorry. That was just a news release. Yeah, I wanted to ask you guys a question. Maybe you know that, because I was back testing on gold today, and a few days ago on the 13th, we had this huge up and down spikes happening. So I looked at what is it? The MyFX book, economic calendar. What kind of news could have caused that? And I'm a little confused, so I figured I'm just going to ask you guys. Maybe you guys know that. Let me just pull this up here. This week. Make this a little smaller because of the resolution. Okay, let's see if that works. Maybe a little bigger. There we go. So on the 13th, it was in the afternoon when that spike happened. And the only news that I see here around that time was US dollar monthly budget statement, but that's not even a high impact news. Why would that affect gold? That's my question, because other than that, we only had news on the Aussie dollar and NZD at night, and we had news on the US dollar in the morning. This was the only news that came out around that area when gold made the huge up and down spikes. I was wondering if maybe one of you guys know if that might have been the reason for that, or if that was the reason, why that was the reason. I'm just trying to understand. I'm curious if one of you guys know that. Let me pull this back over. I got the chat back open. Yeah, I understand it, but I just didn't know that a mediocre US dollar news that has no major significance would influence gold so much. Here, let me pull this up real quick so you see what I mean. Okay, I'm scrolling. Don't look. Scrolling. Trying to find it. No, I was not in that session. There it is. This is what I meant. Because it was just crazy. Up, down, and those moves, I mean, we're talking 140 pips here and 180 down, and then another 140 back up. Nothing to do with the gold. So it was just them grabbing money. That's what it was. Huh. Not nice. I mean, 180 pips up and down. That's crazy. And that's a 5-minute chart, so the whole thing was going down in what, like 20 minutes? That's ridiculous. I was just trying to figure out if there's any indication for that to avoid that, so you don't go into a trade like that. Yeah, but those news were in the morning, like at around 8 o'clock in the morning. That happened in the afternoon, like hours later. Don't they usually say that 30 minutes before and 30 minutes after news you shouldn't trade? But I mean, we're talking like, what was it? Like 6 hours difference from when it happened. Away from the news. The major impact news, that is. Was it like a delayed react? Like I said, I'm just trying to figure it out so I can avoid that. You know, if I know, okay, obviously when this news comes out, it's affecting gold, then I want to know, you know. But if it's just the market makers playing around, then you know, it is what it is. That I guess you cannot avoid. I don't know. I was just curious. I try to figure out why that happened. Oh, okay. So, yeah, that's over 30 pips again. Yeah, I don't like the idea of going long here. Even with all confirmation, it's kind of like, I mean, I don't know. I'm very conflicted about this setup. Knowing that technically it should make a break of the old high if it is really a trend change. And we haven't even touched the old high yet, so I don't know, I don't feel comfortable. I mean, if I have all three confirmations, maybe I take a little test trade just so we can keep something going, but I do not like it. I'm trying to find reasons to talk myself into taking that trade, but I just can't find any. Yeah, I believe that too. I think you're right, yes. It's just ranging right now. I don't even know. No movement at all. Is the news about to come out, or let me check here. I'm gonna move this over because I adjusted the size here. $8.30. But that's euro. That has nothing to do with gold. And the next US dollar news are almost 4 hours away. I don't know. I don't know what to think here. When in doubt, stay out, I guess. That's awesome. Congratulations here. You had more luck than I had. USD CAD. Let me check this out. Well, was it this one here? Is that the trade that he took and then down? Yeah, it's a quick 20 pips. Not bad. Let me check this out. Oh, damn. Oh, that looks like a nice setup. However, I do not like the fact that I should have kept an eye on it. Oh well. I got gold all open on the other window, my other account here, so I'm gonna keep an eye on GU because I do like that. Maybe I'll just take a quick trade here, at least to make up for the loss. But like I said, as long as this is... I want want to see something going on here. Let's see. Yeah, you can definitely see how it's not really adjusted for GU, because, I mean, you want to see barely closes outside of the band so you can gauge it better when it's actually interesting to enter, and this is like way outside. So you would definitely have to widen the band here a little bit. You know, something like this at least. But see, this is how you adjust it. You know, you go through and see, do I still get my trade setups? But if it's like that much, I don't know. That's a little bit too much here. That's crazy movement here. See, with my old system, I would have entered a trade right here on the candle if the close is negative. Maybe I'll just go back to that, because that actually worked well for me, especially on gold. I just have to figure out with the positions so that I don't get in trouble. I'm really thinking about that. And I don't like the fact that we're like that far away from the middle. I would at least like to see it in the closer to the white line. Ooh, wait a minute. Let's look at gold. Support, demand zone. We got the yellow arrow and we got a green. Okay, hold on. Is this still valid? Actually needs to be a little bit lower. Let me check again. Yeah, that would be okay, so I'm gonna need a pending order. Hurry up. So I'm gonna set a pending order right here. That would satisfy my 30 pip stop loss. I just don't understand why I would go up here. Well, who knows? Just gonna take one position if I get in. Now it's taken off. Very funny. Very funny gold. I think it doesn't like me today. I think I'm gonna be featured on some professional trader channel as the worst trader on YouTube or something like that. That's ridiculous. Well, I'm glad that that system works for you, Zia. That's one of us. That's awesome. I don't know. I had a really good trade. I can't believe that I got stopped out of break even. 15% on the account, and just, my God, I should have really taken some off the table. It's really frustrating. You lost 60K in 1 hour trading stocks? Okay, then you definitely beat me here. I think largest loss. Oh. The largest loss that I had, that was also in the stock market, by the way, was 10K in a day. That was frustrating. After that, I actually quit trading for a while. I was like, I'm done. I need a break. I need to reevaluate myself, because obviously I'm doing something wrong, so I need to take a step back. That was the worst loss that I had so far. Actually, yeah, but that was not my fault. My VPS crapped out on me with 5 bots, 5 EAs running, and they couldn't restore the data. That cost me a good chunk of money too. I had to manually trade myself out of all of those trades. And that was just recently. I think it was right when I started this challenge. I got out of the last trade. Finally. Bitcoin, holy crap. Well, 2018, what was it? It was like 3,000. So about it's still 30,000, 40,000. It's a good chunk too. Did I get triggered in? Let me check. Nope. Did not get triggered in. If you took that trade, congratulations. I missed the boat. Actually, I'm gonna set this right here, because again, sometimes it does spike back. So let's see what happens. Just gonna keep that on. I missed it by 2 pips, but like I said, I have my rules. I have my 30 pip stop loss. That's it. What EAs did you use before? I still use the Agimet at the moment, but all my other capital, like I said, was tied up trying to get myself out of those bot trades, and I just got my money back, so I'm actually manually trading it in my bigger account, trying to recoup some of those losses that I had because of that stupid server crapping out on me. That's why I trade both accounts at the same time. The small account is just a profit that I made over the last 2 months trying to get out of the bot trades. I made 2,500 profit on a $1,000 account in 2 months. So I was like, you know what? Let me use those 1,000 and let me try this challenge, because I thought I got really good at trading myself out of those bot trades, and that worked well. However, now ever since I'm on YouTube, I don't know, it's just gone. It's really frustrating. I know the system is good, it works, it's just every time I do it live, I have no luck. And then when I'm by myself, I enter trade, it works out. I even posted screenshots in the Telegram chat today. I was up over 300 pips on that trade. Like I said, 15% on the account in one trade, and then stupid me thinking the wrong thing and getting stopped out of break even again. but then again, like I said, I'm trying to be transparent with you guys. You know, I'm not trying to pretend, oh my god, this and this and that. And you guys saw the trader was open when I started the session, so. But then I got stopped out at break even again. It didn't do what I expected it to do. Yeah. Let me see where. I gotta check something real quick. Give me a second. Yeah, I really think this indicator has some kind of volume built in, because otherwise I cannot explain those candles and the movements, the bars on the indicator. There's some weird movements there. It's not just price, it's also volume built in. At least that's what I think it is. Oh, I just saw your message long. I'm sorry. For some reason I was scrolled up. Slippage when it dropped from. Oh my god. Yeah, see, I tried trading crypto for a little bit. I gave up on it because I got in right after the spike of Bitcoin to 20,000. And of course, when Bitcoin goes down, all the altcoins go down too. And some of them pretty much went to zero. And trying to dig myself out of it, but if the value of the coin just goes down and down and down, what you gonna do, you know? I gave up on it. I was like, I'm done with this. No more crypto trading for me. If I would trade crypto, I would only trade Bitcoin, Ethereum, or Litecoin against the dollar. And that's it. No more altcoin trading. It's ridiculous. Oh, you gave up on it too? I didn't know. I thought maybe you're still trading it. Yeah, that was a lesson for me. I was like, nope. Want nothing to do with crypto anymore. Great, now I missed that trade too. By 2 pips. 2 pips. Not even. What was it like? Yeah, 2 pips. Pfft. Gold is not nice to me today. But I mean, you saw it working. You saw we definitely penetrated the band. That's a must. That's the least thing you need to see. And then we had the support dots here, and we had the green bar. We had the arrow. So technically we had and this demand zone. We just still think it's gonna break. I'm not convinced yet. I'm not convinced. I don't know. I had more success with my Team A band and this band setup than I have with this new system. I mean, I'm you know, I made it. I leave it. Now I put it. Might just put it in a drawer for now, and then work on it later on and try to improve it. But I kind of like had it with it right now. I was more successful when I was using the TMA bands in connection with that indicator. I was way more profitable with that. Yeah, I might take a break next week from live trading sessions and just concentrate on getting my trading back up. Because right now I'm really frosted. This week was horrible. Is it always Bitcoin going down again? Let me check. I actually have a... Oh yeah, I wanted to show you that, guys. I have another broker where I have just a demo account running right now with a bot that I'm EA that I'm testing right now. However, that broker has stocks and crypto. So I was curious today, and I just threw... where is it? I'm gonna... Here, let me show you this real quick. It's this broker here. So this is a Bitcoin chart. I go on a 15-minute because Bitcoin is just as volatile as gold is, and I loaded my template on it. Let me just make more room here. Yeah. Anyway. Oh yeah, that's actually a good example, because on this MT4 I have an older version of that resistance supply and demand zone indicator. So whenever there's an update, you're gonna get this message here. This indicator is out of date, new version available, but you can click right here, and then it's gonna bring you to the website and you can update the version, and it's free. So just in case, I was talking about that yesterday and I saw that message popping up on this one, because I don't have the latest version on there. But this is Bitcoin on a... Yeah, you might need different settings here. Hold on. Let me make this 4 hour. Yeah, if you make this a 4 hour, see? It works just fine on Bitcoin. You come out of the band. You get the resistance dots. This is already red. And here's your safe entry right there. And then you can take it down all the way to the next resistance. And then we get a flip here. We get the white arrow, which is from the bands. And here's your confirmed entry right there. This is green. Boom, you enter position here. And that was a small trade. But you can see it works on crypto and even on... Actually, I need smaller settings here. Give me indicators. Come on, load. There we go. And then if you look on stocks, which they don't fit here. Give me 1 second. Where is it? It's 20. That should be enough, right? Yeah, that works. Now I just have to find it. Yeah, let's say Tesla, for example. Works the same way. We come out, we get the resistance, you get the crossover. We already had the arrow here, and bam, same here, white arrow, and yeah, right here, somewhere around here I would enter. Safe entry would be here, but it works just the same way. Stocks and Bitcoin, so cryptocurrency. I also saw a setup on Apple on the 5-minute from yesterday. Let me check. Yeah, right here. See, we had price coming out, closing outside. You get the white arrow, and then this is already red down here, and then here's your confirmation, and bam. Works just the same on stocks too. So it's not a bad system. I just, for some reason, I have no luck with it. I don't know why. And now it just messed up. Great. Great, Alex. Yeah, I'm gonna remove I'm frustrated today. I'm sorry. I was so happy when that trade worked out. I had it in the big account and in the small account, and it was up over $1,000 altogether, and then I get stopped out at break even. That could have been a good day and nothing. Oh, spread? Yeah, give me a second. Let me see. BTC USD. Yeah, it's pretty big, I would say. Hold on. Let me see if I have an indicator where I can check what the spread is. Where's my... Let's see. Alert. Okay, spread says 25,000. What is that? Yeah, here's the spread. Can you see that, or should I make it bigger? $25,000. That can't be 25,000. What is that? That's like, well, it's still like, holy cow. What is it, like $250? Damn. Yeah, 250. Wow, that's holy moly. Okay, I'm sorry, I got sidetracked. So, Andrian, I use to this day, I still use the Agimet. I think, in my opinion, that's the safest EA that I have ever used, and it's also the longest EA that I'm using for altogether around 3 years now. And it's completely hands-off, and that's what I like about it. And it has risk management built in, so it does kind of like a soft martingaling, but it also closes trades in loss if the drawdown gets too much. It rather just closes some trades and then works itself out of the drawdown again. So it's literally hands off. I'm not even worried. I don't even look at it anymore. I just check my FX book once a week, see what it made, and that's it. And then every once in a while I take maybe a sneak peek on the drawdown currently once a week. But it's amazing. Like, you know, I have it on I think it's right around 8,600 now. Yeah, and I remember a few weeks ago there was a little drawdown period, and and was down like 1,500 in drawdown, which is a lot for Agilent. And then a week later, I look, well, it's back at $80 drawdown. You know, somehow it always works its way out, so I'm not even worried about it. And the only thing that you cannot do is you cannot start that EA by underfunding it. So in my opinion, the safest way to start it is with $3,000 in 3 pairs, and only use the recommended pairs from them. What they give you up to 7 recommended pairs, but you can only trade up to 6 pairs at the same time. And literally, I used the first 6 that they recommended. I didn't like the other one. I think it was NZD-JPY that they also recommend. I don't like that pair. And those 6 work like a charm. GBP USD is one of the pairs, and it's the most profitable one out of all of them. No, it's not monthly subscription. It's a one-time fee. You buy it, and then, yeah, let me show you. And I'm not affiliated with them. I'm just really very happy, and it makes consistently. Here, let me just show you the my FX. I cannot talk. Give me a second. Let me just pull this up here. Where is it? Agilent. There it is. So you can see what I mean. This, yeah, of course. See, this is the Agilent. Now, on here it says April 08, 20, but the only reason it says that is because I switched brokers. So I had a different account. And altogether, I'm running it for about 3 years now. And that's the only EA that I completely trust, even though it looks like crazy here. But you can see those drawdown periods, and when it gets too much, it rather closes a trade in loss and takes a hit. But then it works itself out of it again. So it's really hands-off. You don't have to do anything. Here we had a huge drawdown period, and you see a couple of losses here, and we took a hit. But overall, it keeps going up. There was a couple of smaller losses, and then it just keeps going and working its way out, you know. And if you look at the percentages, now that's a real account, by the way. That's real money. So, and it's at 8,600, yeah, 8,668. It doesn't make a whole lot, but it's consistent, you know. That's 2021. You know, this month was 2%, but it makes 9% and 3%, 3%, 8%. Here was in February, it actually made a little bit of a loss overall. Not too bad though. I mean, 0.25%. And February was a bad month for all EAs. And then in January made 9%. And then here 2020, you know, 15%, 18%. Then went down to 6%. Here we had a losing month. But that's the shutdown. The market was just crazy last year around that time. If you were trading around that period, you probably remember that period. So, but yeah, it's a really good EA, and it's constantly in trades. So these are all the open trades. Let's see the drawdown right now is $44 on an $8,600 account. That's not bad at all. It really keeps the drawdown low, and usually it is low. Sometimes it spikes, like I said. It happens, but that's just market conditions. But usually it stays well under 20%, very comfortably. Don't even have to worry about it. And yeah, it's not a subscription, it's just a one-time fee. And again, I'm not affiliated with them, but if you want to start with the EAs, that would be the first one that I would pick out of all of the EAs that I use and test and whatnot. I have like 6 MT4s open right now with tests running on demo accounts with different EAs. Whenever I find a good one and I find a way to handle it, I add it to the portfolio basically. And like I said, I had 5 running, and out of all of them, Agilent is my favorite. It's not the most profitable one, but it's consistent and it's literally hands off. That's the only EA that is hands off. All the other EAs, I always had to step in and micromanage. And that's not the point of an EA. You want to have an EA where you can go on vacation and don't worry about it, you know. I'd rather take a little bit less percentage, but I mean, honestly, on average, 5 to 10% a month, that's not bad. It builds up quickly. Definitely recommend it. If any EA, that's the one EA you want to have in your arsenal. So are we going to take off here now or not? That's the question. Yeah, exactly. There's some EAs, they might be a little bit more profitable, but they're not hands off. You always have to keep an eye on them and then step in if something happens. I'm sorry, let me just catch up with the chat. Slippage run. Yeah, slippage is crazy. Tell me about that. Speaking of, yeah, Sia, what was that? Speaking of Bitcoin, my Bitcoin ain't looking to. I see, that's what I wanted to do, and then I got sidetracked. I'm so sorry. Let me see on a daily. Where are we at right now? Let me go to 4 hour. And let's change those to week. And let's do these a month. That's what I meant when you trade different time frames, you have to adjust those. Resistance starts. So I make this monthly and weekly because we're on a daily chart right now. Well, I mean, technically we bottom out here, and we also have a huge demand zone here, so that's not bad. We made a move up, we're coming back down, and it looks like it wants to continue up, so it doesn't actually look that bad. But I mean, yeah, overall we're definitely in a downtrend, and the easiest way to tell it is if you zoom out, you look how many supply zones do we have and how many demand zones, and you definitely see more red than blue, so it's definitely in a downtrend. But it looks like it's holding here, so it might make a push up again. You know, I mean, this is a pretty large demand zone. Looks like there's a lot of buyers here at around 29,000 in that area. So it could be that it tries to break through, but every time it does, it gets rejected. You know, that happens. There's two things that can happen. With each retest, that zone gets weaker, but also it can psychologically influence traders to go long here and drive demand up again. So it's I don't know. I mean, if you look at the monthly, we have the monthly down here now. So that would mean that down here was the bottom. So I'm actually expecting a substantial move up because it's been down here for weeks now. That's the 4 hour, right? Yeah, each period is 1 week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 weeks in that area. That's a huge consolidation. And with the monthly support down here and that big demand zone, I'm thinking that actually we're going to get a push up. That's what it looks like to me. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Yes, yeah. I think on the first day that I started this challenge, or the first day I was Live streaming was where I got out of the last trade, and I was so happy that day that I got my money back because now I can actually trade with it again. You know, I only allowed myself $1,000 account for the last 2 months until I got out of that because I needed all my capital to work myself out of those trades. And I did lose a good chunk of money on it. I was really frustrated. Oh, look at that. Let me show you something. Look. We got a support level. And I don't know how well Bitcoin or that band works on the 4-hour. But technically we had a buy signal here. See this? That was the last signal that we had, and then it went up, and now we get another support level here. This could actually be the first step up. We didn't get a sell area yet, so I don't know. But then we also have a lot of resistance here. There's a lot of selling going on. I think it's panic selling. That's what drives the price down. Honestly, I don't know what to think about this. This is like weird. That would be one of those scenarios where we're like, yeah, I'm staying out of this. I don't know where this is going at all. Yeah. Which other EST have ready research here? Yes. Who are you, FA? You haven't introduced yourself. I don't know who you are. I like to know who I'm talking to. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Let me get to know you better, and then we can talk about that. Right now, I honestly don't know you, so. So anyway, let's get back to the charts. Just wanted to show you that it actually does work on Bitcoin and stocks just the same. Yeah, that was a valid setup. Demand zone. Cross, and let's see what happens here. Are you kidding? Now it did come back. See, I should have left my penning order in here. I give up. I really give up. You're doomed if you do it. You're doomed if you don't. But then at the same time, like I said, I really don't trust this setup here because of the fact that technically it should make a lower high with that move, and we didn't create a lower high here yet. I don't trust that yet. Let me check GU. Yeah, I wouldn't take a trade. Look where the indicator is. See this? You cannot take a sell here. It looks tempting, but you cannot. I mean, I wouldn't. You do you, but it does look like it's wanna come. But this could as well snap back and go higher. You know. But then again, it was a huge push up. Maybe the indicator is trying to catch up now. So I don't know. When in doubt, stay out. Looks tempting, but nah. I don't like it. It's a green indicator that turns to red. All right, look, I'm gonna be honest with you, FA. I honestly believe that you're the same troll again. I don't know what your issue is. I don't know what I did to you, but I'm really not in the mood to talk to you. I'm really not. If I'm wrong, fine, I apologize. But I mean, there's too many similarities with your name and everything, and now all of a sudden you're from France, and I don't know. No offense. If I'm wrong, but I'm not stupid, okay? And I don't know what your issue is. Seriously. Yes, troll. Like I said, if I'm wrong, I apologize, but FA? Really? Everyone has a name here except you. And coincidentally, that troll that comes in here every freaking day has the same habit of FX or FA or FR. And now you want to tell me you're not the same person? Yeah, like I said, if I'm wrong, I apologize, but I'm not in the mood to talk to you. Might punish the wrong person here, but I really don't want to talk to you. Like I said, if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but you gotta have to thank your other ego then. Have you ever run a live stream, FA? Whatever your name is. Let me approach this from a different angle. Just curious, have you ever run a live stream on YouTube? No. It's fine. Like I said, I might be barking up the wrong tree here, but there are so many similarities. And you know, when you do live stream, you can see some information of that user. Do you understand that? And there are many similarities to you and the other guy. And then the name similarities, and you come out of nowhere and you're the only one with no name again. It's just too many similarities here. So no offense, but maybe if you get a real account with a full name, then we can have a chat. Because look in the chat room, everyone has a name, everyone has a Google account and YouTube account. You're the only one coming in here as FA and FX and FR and FRA, and I mean, at least be creative when you create another account, you know? I know, right? It's just ridiculous. And now all of a sudden you come back. Look, if you make 17,000%, what are you doing here? Why are you asking me about indicators? Go do your 17,000% a month and let me do my live stream. And I go about my life and you go about your life. Simple as that. I really just had it with you. And I keep reporting until you run out of FA and FR names. Swear to God. At least be a little bit creative, you know. That's just plain stupid. Yeah, oh, I don't know. Oh, wow. Anyway, it's getting to the point, yeah. I'm getting tired anyway, so. Like I said, once you have a real name and a real account, we can talk. But I don't talk to anyone FA or any F with one letter. It is, I know. I'm just not in the mood tonight, I'm sorry. I had a shitty day, I don't want to deal with the shitty ass. Oh, sorry YouTube. Anyway, I'm gonna call it a night, I'm tired. Like I said, I'm gonna take a break next week. I have to reevaluate some things here. Yeah, exactly. I will be available on a Telegram channel though, if you guys have questions. You can definitely reach me there, and then I gotta see what happens next week and what I can come up with, and then I come back. I will trade that trading challenge account. I keep doing that, and you have the MyFX book link, so you're gonna definitely be updated on a regular basis what's going on in the account. I just need to take a day, a week off of live streaming. I need to see what I'm doing next year, and that takes priority right now. But maybe the week after we can do some live streaming again. And again, if you have questions, by all means, like, ask me in the Telegram channel. You got me there, and I help you as much as I can. Alrighty, guys, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for being here. Thanks for keeping me company. I appreciate it. If you're not subscribed, FA, subscribe to the channel. And I definitely see you soon again. So I'm just taking a little break, just for a week. All right. Oh, now he's mad. Well, anyway, thanks to you, I'm taking a break. It's all your fault. You made me mad. There you go. Are you happy now? All right. Good night, guys. Thanks for coming. And I'll see you in the Telegram.